Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, that can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small.
And welcome to Curry County Board of Commissioners meeting. Wednesday, April 20th, 2022. It is 9 o'clock on the nose. I'm going to call to order. We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would. And right before the pledge, I'd just like to bow our heads and have a word of prayer. We're going to pray for some stuff that's going on with the county and our country, and just bow with me, please. Heavenly Father, I just thank you for this opportunity to meet with the public and commissioners and department heads for the Curry County. And we pray for a good meeting. We pray for the best meeting ever today, April 20th. So we pray that you would have peace and cause peace with the war between Ukraine and Russia. We pray for peace in the United States and specifically the county of Curry. Pray for the Chet Brewer family, for his mom and wife and sons, the whole family. They're dealing with some health issues, and so we just pray for comfort and peace there. Bless this time. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, folks. Amendment, approval of the agenda. I know there's a few
Yeah, I have a couple.
few things.
We are going to, I'm going to ask that we remove 9B and 10A.
Okay.
That's all I have, sir.
You okay with that?
What's it regarding?
It was a higher order and a consider the employment out of executive session, so that's not going to take place.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. I did have a question on, we got an email yesterday from Brad about Adroit, and do we want to add just a discussion on that?
I'm ready for that discussion, Mr. Chair. I think that's a good idea.
Is it?
It's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. Do we want to add it to 6?
I think we had it on 5I.
Move it to 6H.
Okay.
We're going to need to pull that, and we've got several questions, discussions, decisions.
So we'll move.
And by the way, we may not get that done today, but I think we should work toward that if we can.
Yeah, but I think Brad's thing was there's some money that
reimbursement.
Reimbursement.
Yes.
There's also time constraints on that
Yeah,
money
so
as well.
I think by
End of the month, yes. So today might be a good day, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so we are moving that to 6H, right?
Good.
Adroit. Okay, look for a motion to approve the amenda as agended. How's that for wordsmithing?
I move that we approve the agenda as amended. You almost got me to say it.
Second, Mr.
Got a
Chair.
motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
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 Motion carries 3-0. Okay, folks, this is your time for public comments. I only have 2. So Don, you guys are up first.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Don Bemis from Brookings, along with Debbie Salzman. The Wreaths Across America was a good success last year. We were fortunate enough to have a flyover by a local pilot who contacted, by his World War II plane, trainer plane, 2 helicopters, and they joined him in the flyover. We did cover every grave, and this year it is December 17th.
Okay.
And I didn't bring flyers. We'll be bringing them when we have them available.
Okay.
And I'd like to induce Debbie to make a presentation.
All right.
Okay, we're going to present to Court Boys for being a ceremony speaker, a certificate of appreciation. So I'd like to present this to you.
Mr. Chair, this comes as a complete surprise.
Well, that's the best
Me
kind.
getting credit just doesn't seem right.
That's the best kind.
Mr. Boyce, while you're up, could you adjust the microphone?
Absolutely.
It's a picture of me.
I'll decide on that.
Okay, there we go.
You guys do so much incredible work.
There we go. One more. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Appreciate it, Court.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
More Veterans Proclamation.
I'm trying.
We'll do our part. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Brett Cecil.
Morning, Commissioners, Oregonians. Today I wish to thank the Curry Republicans for having hosted a lively, spirited gathering this past Monday afternoon between the 3 candidates vying for the seat for Mr. Pash, the seat that Mr. Pash currently holds. Pardon me, my ink ran out on my printer. I'm reading ghost printing.
That is pretty light.
The question topics were numerous and responses were very clear as to the positions of the candidates. I'm unsure as to whether or not there are any recordings available to the public, and on that note, I encourage you all to take the time to review any available recording of the event so that you as a voter may make an informed decision as to your new representative. One topic that I feel is important and pertinent in our current times is that of our budget situation. My personal access to public messaging is somewhat limited, so I'd like to take the opportunity to bring to your attention a matter to which I speak constantly, the trust and confidence of the citizens of Curry County in our current Board of Commissioners. The current Budget Committee, whose task is to work out the details of next year's budget, is made up of the three current commissioners that sit before me today, and 3 appointed laypersons that are supposed to represent the 3 regions of Curry County, northern, central, and southern regions. Now I'm getting a little more ink. I'm concerned about the process in the Budget Committee as the structure of the committee was improperly created when the central region representative resigned this past January 25th, and the replacement was appointed by the BOC without due process nor proper public notice. I make this point not to badmouth the Budget Committee representatives, but rather to address the issue of the trust and confidence of the public in the BOC. Commissioners, I report to you that public trust and confidence in this current board is at an all-time low. But I am here to suggest the beginnings of a solution for the public trust and confidence issue. The issue of a complete disinterested third-party audit of Curry County is being batted around. I contend that your only way and current opportunity to gain a smidgen of public trust and confidence is to perform said audit. I've heard from a commissioner candidate that we already have 2 audits with which to work, but I contest that these audits are internal and do not review the processes of all of the departments and offices of the county administration, as well as the books and financial records. If you as a BOC wish to garner any respect, trust, or confidence of the public, not only in this budget process, but moving forward, I wish to point out, yet again, that this is your opportunity to do so. Not doing so gives the appearance that there is something to hide, which flies in the face of public trust and confidence. Please do the right thing and order this audit. Clawing back ARP dollars and pillaging the road reserves will only place a bandage on the problem. You will have the same problem next year, a budget shortfall, which will have to be addressed during an election with both seats that Messrs. Herzog and Boyce currently hold. They will be up for re-election and will need to explain their position on how we bandage the problem this year. On this note, I wish to remind every Currygonian that we have an election on May 17th of this year. That's next month. An election in which we will elect Mr. Pasha's replacement. Ballots will begin mailing out after April 26th. That's only a week away. Please make sure that your voter registration information is up to date, or if you're not currently registered to vote or unsure of your voter status, please contact Ms. Renee Colin in the County Elections Office, as she is always ready and willing to assist our citizens in this sacred duty and obligation. Her phone number is 541-247-3295. That's 541-247-3295. Or you can call me at the office of the Curry County Democrats at 541-412-DEMS. That's 541-412-3367. Vote on May 17th. Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions or comments?
Before you step down, you mentioned that the county's trust is at an all-time low. Did you do a survey on that, or is that just an opinion?
It's my personal survey, and just during my campaign time, speaking with citizens around the county, they're not.
Okay, but there's no official survey on that.
There's no official survey.
Just to clarify, the election on the 17th is a primary election. It is not the election.
It is the election in which we elect our commissioners, correct?
Okay. It is a primary election to elect 2 people to be on the ballot in November for my seat. And if one of those people get more than 50%, they would automatically win that primary, and there would be no runoff in the fall. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, you've been attending our meetings for quite some time now. I think your input's been very good. I think it's been well accepted around the county. It hurts, quite painful to hear that I think what you just communicated there about the low esteem for this board. It's a bit painful. And I think that there are ways to correct that. The more people like yourself and others, all walks of life, all political parties, all philosophies come together, that's our best chance. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I just may state on that, I'm behind you on this idea of getting our budget passed and getting that together.
I put it back on the agenda today.
Really, really crucial. Thank you again, Commissioners.
All right, we're going to move on to presentations. And Brent and Paul, I saw you guys were out there. We're going to put you at the front. So this is Beacon Broadband Update. Brent Bischoff and Paul Reckenzone of Coos Curry Electric and Beacon Broadband. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on short notice there.
You're welcome. Commissioners, it's good to be with you on this stormy Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Excited to give you an update on our Beacon Broadband project. You know, it's been a little over 3 years since I came on board at Coos Curry Electric, and Coos Curry Electric had already started the feasibility process of studying the possibility of serving broadband to our membership in not only Curry County, but the areas in Coos County where we serve as well. And we spent about 2.5 years studying that process, studying that possibility with 2 professional feasibility studies and a number of surveys, both formal and informal surveys, to understand what our membership wanted and what they were interested in as far as broadband and what they needed. And so after that effort, after developing a sound business plan in consultation with professionals who work in that field, and there was a couple of thresholds that our board wanted to meet, and a big one was that given that the project was forecast to be a $60 million construction project, that we needed to secure grant funding in order to offset that cost. And so in the fall of 2020, we met that threshold with a FCC's Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, and we received a $14.1 million subsidy grant from the FCC to offset the cost of operations of a rural broadband network, such as we proposed. And so with the business plan in place, with that threshold of grant funding met and a path identified to finance the remainder of the project without any subsidy from the electric plant, the board voted to move forward to authorize construction of that project. And so fast forward today, that what was only an idea 3 years ago has moved to reality, and we are looking forward to our ribbon cutting ceremony in Brookings early next month, and Paul Reckenzone will talk a little bit more about that. But this project is not just about serving a small percentage of Coos Curry Electric members who don't have access to broadband today. This project is about providing to the members who do have access to broadband today, those who are in the more urban areas in Curry County here, providing them a high quality, affordable, reliable, with a level of service that Coos Curry Electric provides to our member, a broadband option that is from a local provider. It is about adding vitality to our communities here on the South Coast. It is about providing opportunities for economic development. It is providing opportunities for our elderly retired population to get medical help through all of the virtual tools that are then available through excellent broadband service. And it is about continuing to build on the reliability and the service of our electric plant as that communications infrastructure also adds significantly to our ability at Coos Curry Electric to implement new technologies that add to reliability, that reduce costs, and so multifaceted benefits for the local area, for Coos Curry Electric members, and the infrastructure that we build will be owned locally and be an asset in our community. And so I will, with that, give Paul Reckenzone the microphone, and he'll tell you a little bit more about some of the details and where we're at today.
I was going to use a couple of slides, but I only have 2 slides, so if it's okay, I'll just describe them if that works for everyone. The first slide is, please be invited to our ribbon cutting ceremony. We'll be holding that on May 2nd at 10 o'clock in the morning at in the Barron's parking lot in Brookings. So not the Barron's warehouse, the main store. And we will be, it will just be a short ceremony. We'll have a cutting of our ribbon is going to be a piece of fiber that we have just to be, you know, thematic. So that's the first slide that I had, was our ribbon cutting ceremony on the 2nd of May at 10 o'clock at Barron's. The second slide that I had was after that ribbon cutting ceremony, we'll be able to provide service to a small portion of Brookings, and we'll continue to expand out from there. And by the end of the year, we have a stretch goal, and I want to make sure everyone is clear that it's a stretch goal that we have, that by the end of the year, we'll be able to provide service everywhere in Curry County except for Agnes. If it's not by the end of the year, it will be first quarter of next year. Please give us a little bit of flexibility as we strive for that stretch goal, but that's what we're working for. Of course, as our construction moves out, we have to have a contiguous network in order to provide service. So we'll start there in our little piece in the heart of Brookings and expand out through Brookings and then down to Harbor and then start moving up the coastline. And that's the exciting things that I wanted to say. I think that we'll offer questions if you'd like to ask.
Gord? Chair Cohen promised me if I went down to the ceremony, I'd get another free shovel. Actually, I didn't get a free shovel the first time.
It's a ribbon cutting, so we're not breaking ground. So
oh, that's right.
We don't have shovels. I'll give you a piece of the fiber.
Yeah, there you go.
Perhaps some gold shears for him.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I have so this is going to be even the most rural parts of the county this will get into in time.
That is correct, and that is one of the objectives as directed by the Coos Curry Electric Board when they created the project, that we provide the same fiber broadband service to our very most rural members as we do in our urban areas.
I think that's imperative, and that's great job, guys. I appreciate you including everybody in that.
It's kind of replicating when Coos Curry Electric came to Curry County, Coos and Curry County. From Roseburg over to the Coos Bay North Bend area, that's where the power line was going, and they were going right over the top of all those farms and those rural communities, and they just said, people said, we want electricity, and they said no, because investor-owned utilities don't care about rural. And so Coos Curry Electric was formed in 1970 some years ago, right? Almost 80 now? 1938. And that is the premise on which we, as a board, and I'm speaking as a Coos Curry Electric board member, that's the premise, is to provide this high-quality internet service to every member, not just downtown Gold Beach, Brookings, and Port Orford, but to every member. And Agnes won't be this year, but it will be next year. So everybody, and there's places in our service district, Sumner, Fairview, and all these little places up in the Coos County area that, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you can see it from there. And they'll have the same type of service and same speeds as every member offered. So it's a fantastic thing, and I get emotional when I talk about it because it's huge.
I think that's great. I really applaud your board for doing what they've done to make sure everyone has service.
Any questions from the public? Court got one.
I've been become good friends with former Commissioner David Itzen, and he's been working on broadband almost for 10 years. You know, coming through from the east, from Josephine County and around the mountain and all the above. And he recommended, and in his research with some of the controversy that's been going on, not to leave that out, that he's absolutely convinced that this is a very wise investment and timely, and you know, he's obviously very excited, but he's not a pushover for facts, and so I tend to, as a former commissioner, I tend to rely as well on some of his counsel, and he's recommended that the board at some point here, maybe on the 4th or the 18th, take a serious look, you know, with your board's approval, and if the board here wants to give a letter of support for this project, and anything we can do to notify the public, orient the public, awareness, all that, I think is going to be long-term beneficial. So I'm going to encourage the board to consider that.
Yeah.
I'll probably bring something before you in the next week or two, and look for your support. Anything you want to add to that?
And I would just express that would be very much appreciated. You know, with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act federally, there's going to be several, I don't remember, tens of billions of dollars that is going to be 53 billion is the number that sticks in my head at the moment, that is nationally going to be allocated for broadband development across the country, and as much as 500 million of that is expected to come to Oregon. And so we will be continuing to seek additional grant funding in order to offset the sizable capital cost of this project. And so a letter of support from the county would be very much appreciated and very helpful as we continue to seek additional grant funding.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add
One more thing, I just want to give NACO a shout out, because a couple of years ago they created an app called Test It, and you punched in wherever you were in rural counties across this nation, you punched in and it reported to a central computer somewhere what your broadband speed was, if you had any broadband speed or any kind of internet access. And from what I understand, the Test It app is part of the driving force to getting that $50 billion for broadband, to build the broadband access in the nation. So shout out to NACO on that.
Court? Thanks again. The only thing I want to add to that, just with the competitors you have, I don't want to overlook our responsibility at a kind of an equal basis there to make sure that we're not, you know, it's awful hard not to be biased towards Coos Curry. I've lived here a long time, so, and I've never seen anything but the finest and best management. But board, just with Spectrum and Ziply's, just want to make sure that we somehow include them if that's the right thing to do, and make sure that we're not overlooking something there. I might run that by Council Pope as well. But I'm very much in support of that letter and, again, presenting it to the board.
Jim?
We happen to have a Coos Curry Electric Co-op board member.
Yeah.
Another one.
Good morning, board. Jim Colin. I am actually the president of the board of Coos Curry Electric, and a couple of things that I wanted to mention. I mean, one, some of the studies that we were seeing about high-speed fiber internet. One of the things that initially caught my attention when we were first beginning the discussion on this project is the value that high-speed internet adds to all the properties throughout a system where it's added. And I think the number was it just adds like $5,000 worth of value to the property. So, you know, as the county assessor, my ears perked up on that, and we'll see if that happens. But I don't doubt it. I mean, think this last few years under COVID, if we'd have had a high-speed internet here, and we already know that so many people came to Curry County from so many other places and were working from here just because they wanted to escape the cities, I guess. The other thing is, and the most important thing is, I don't know, was it 2 or 3 years ago you came to us, Brent? 3 years ago, Coos Curry Electric, the board of directors made an extremely intelligent decision. I can't say that I'm necessarily involved in that many intelligent decisions, but I was in this and in the hiring of Brent Bischoff, and he knew that he was going to be coming to us and not just managing Goose Curry Electric, but he also knew that we were looking at putting in a high-speed fiber system, and Brent really helped us get there. And so Curry County Goose Curry Electric is very fortunate to have Brent and the team that he's built at Goose Curry Electric. All the employees are just fantastic. And one of the great decisions that Brent made was bringing on Paul Reckazone, who I didn't know at first, but I mean, one of the things that we continue to hear is that he's one of the experts in the field in this. And you know, I hate to say it's luck, because it probably is a luck. I mean, we had Brent make that decision to hire Paul, and Paul's putting together a great team at Beacon Broadband, and we just couldn't be happier with the culture that they're building, service to our members, and you just don't get that with the investor owns. I mean, you talk to anybody that's come here from someplace else or lives on an investor-owned electric utility, and that, you know, it's pretty widespread that everybody is pretty happy being on our cooperative and getting the service that we provide. So really, that's it. I just wanted to say we've got a great team at Goose Curry Electric and Beacon Broadband, and we're really fortunate to be led by these fine gentlemen. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't need to go up there.
Well,
yeah, you do. Come on, Debbie.
Well, it's a question for these two.
Yeah, just ask it. They'll answer it.
All right. I'm from Harbor. My name's Deborah. And my question is with the broadband. You said it's internet, but that would consist of maybe streaming satellites and stuff. Our issue that we have is we have a lot of trees, and so we're not able to do the satellite. How is that going to affect the people? Because you're talking about Agnes, they have lots of trees. You can't get that serene view for the satellite. How is that going to affect, or is that going to help us? Is that going to work into being able to do that?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that question.
Good question.
Essentially, with a fiber network, all of the information travels through the fiber light. It's not dependent on satellites. It's not dependent on a clear view of, you know, the southern sky or whatever else. Beacon Broadband will be offering 3 services. They'll be offering data service, which is basically your internet. They'll be offering voice service, which is your telephone, and also a video package that is your television, which would be the replacement for, you know, the various satellite television or cable television. And so those are the services that we'll provide, and so whether folks want all 3 or want those services individually, those will be available and not dependent on anything but that connection of fiber to your home.
So how is that going to affect, like, for your TV? Because right now we're looking at TV screen, and so we have to go that route because we can't do the satellite.
Right.
Because we do have trees that are on other properties that
Yep.
they're not going to take them down.
Yep.
Because our choice we take them down so we can get them.
Right.
So how is that going to work with broadband?
So
as far as helping people out that are in that situation?
that are in the situation with
Not being able
with the
to
trees,
get the satellite
right?
To be able to
Yep.
get
Satellite.
the streaming.
Yep.
The internet's not a problem,
With-
but we do have weak internet because of
Right.
So
With
how is that
service from Beacon Broadband, you'll have that streaming television option should you choose to receive it and purchase it. Yep.
Is that working? Is it going to?
There's no satellite involved. There's no concern
How
about.
does that work? Because we do have issues.
Can we talk in a minute after so that we're not consuming all of the commissioner's time? If right after we're done here, if we can step out, I'll be happy to share with you. Okay.
Good, thanks, Paul.
This is an actual cable that comes into your house. It's a light cable.
Yeah.
It's not anything done through the air. It's an actual cable that you plug into your devices.
Yep.
I think that kind of answered that. All right.
And if you get electricity underground, you'll get your fiber underground. So it's the same way you get your power from Coos Curry Electric is how you'll get fiber to your house. So it's overhead or underground, but it's not due like Brent said with anything outside interferences. So, any other questions from Brent? Another Brent. Brett, sorry, yeah, Brett Cecil.
Just quickly, if I can make out my notes now. I do support this product. I think it's a great product. And I want to keep in mind, as Mr. Boyce mentioned, there is other competition out there. I support competition because it's the reason we have this product. Because someplace somebody said, we need something better than what we got. Let's figure this out. That's how we ended up with fiber. So competition is really good. And one thing that I want to say positively about internet connections, I'm able to run my campaign from the dinette table in my RV because we have internet. So that competition thing is really important that we keep that up so people can stay connected. Okay, thank you for letting me comment on that.
BBI is pretty catchy, gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, well, thanks you guys for your
Thanks,
presentation. And
thank you.
You bet.
Stay dry. Thanks a million for
Good to be with you today.
coming today.
So we're not ready for aviation.
Is Brad on? Maybe he can come down and.
I saw Brad out there.
Financial.
Good morning.
Morning, Brad.
You need a mouse? Is it there? Okay.
Okay, good morning, board. So, generally, I come before you to present the financials the first week of the month. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm coming about 2 weeks early right now, and 2 weeks earlier than I normally do because of the hard work of everybody in both finance departments. So I hope to be able to continue coming the second week or the second meeting of the month to present the previous month's financial statements, just as we continue to catch up and become more efficient in our processes. I think we should be able to do that. That's something I would like to do, so it's not so far out. So I wanted to touch on the well, actually first I wanted to touch on a couple things about that were brought up in Mr. Cecil's comments about our audit. Just for clarification, the audit that we have done is done by an outside third party. It was done this year by Moss Adams, and it is a full audit of all the county finances. So this is something that is required by the state. This happens every year, and we are current on those audits. Those audits are posted online for the public and anyone else to see. So back to the March financial review. So I want to hit on some of the revenues first. We are 75% of the way through the year. Property taxes collected are at 103% at this point. So that's $64,000 more than what we expected. TLT is also at 116% of budget, which means $83,000 more is coming into the general fund. What these two things really mean when you get down to it is that there's $147,000 more revenue in their current year's budget than what we expected there to be. So it's a small amount, but every little bit counts at this point. As I reported last month, animal licenses, property registrations are down, but that there is a plan being put into into place to have a strong collection next year. But that is one area that we will see a bigger draw on the general fund than what we originally budgeted. Building permits are at 110% of the budget. Park fees are up, and business licenses and economic development are up. Now those three accounts, it's great to hear that they're up, and it's good for those departments. They don't have an effect on the general fund. One other piece of information for the general fund revenues is we should be receiving the SRS payments at the end of this month sometime, so I am watching for that, and PILT will come in later on in, I think in June is typically when it comes in. That's $1.4 million expected to come in. So I'm waiting and watching for that to see what actually comes in and how that affects the budget. So let's move on to the expense side of things. And this again is the same sheet you see every year or every month. Like I said, we're at 75% of the way through the year. Most departments, as you can see, are down on that. So we are not spending as much in payroll as what we were budgeted. Currently, we're at, the county as a whole is at 66% of payroll. That translates into about $1.3 million countywide savings, and about just over $700,000 on the general fund is what is being saved in those payroll expenses that, due to open positions. There are a couple departments that are over, as you can see that they are highlighted in the red. Treasurer's office is over. They're at 81%. This is due to Deputy Treasurer working more hours than budgeted. I am in contact with the treasurer about that, on how we're going to handle that. Planning, see down here, let's see, planning and solid waste there. Solid waste isn't one that I'm worried about. That does get offset with some of the other revenues that they have come in. Planning is slightly up again. This is probably just due to increased wages for that department. And aquatic safety, you'll see aquatic safety is up. Again, this is not one that I'm too worried about. They are not a general fund department, and they are fully grant funded, and so this will be absorbed in those grants. Down here, you'll see accounting is up. This is due to the way allocations were budgeted versus to what they actually are. It gets offset with the low amount in the BOC budget.
Gotcha.
So, any questions on payroll before we move on?
So the payrolls that are over are minimum, because we got 75% as where they should be. So you're only looking at a few percentage points on the ones that are over.
Right.
Versus a lot of them are way under.
That's correct.
So, okay, great.
That's what's driving these numbers down here. And this one is going directly into the general fund, or not going to come out of the general fund is maybe a better way of putting it. Okay. Moving on to the general expenses.
Hold it. Chris, Rich has got a question.
Of the 1.3 million we're currently under budget, of the entire budget, how much of that 1.3 million is the savings from the road department?
Mr. Chair, might you repeat Rich's question, because not everybody can hear publicly what his question was.
Bring him up the microphone.
Of the $1.3 million that we are under, how much of that is from the road department was the question?
Road department savings.
So road department's budget was 2.25 million. Currently they're at just under 1.3 million. So $1 million, right?
Is that show?
Yeah, so $1 million of the 1.3 is savings from the road department of the entire budget.
Very impressive. Wow.
Please repeat that comment in the microphone. Public can't hear Rich sitting in the back row.
Are you running the meeting, sir?
I am not. I'm
Okay, then that's a question you should ask the chair, not just speak out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, well,
Can we have him come to the microphone?
Yeah,
please,
that's
Mr.
fine.
Chair?
We need to make sure that everybody can hear. So
Thank
Rich,
you.
Rich, go ahead and come on up, and there's 2 microphones if you don't like.
My interruption, but I listened to the meeting.
You're interrupting again.
I can hear what happens with that microphone when you guys have chit chat out here.
Yep.
Your point is well taken, Mr. Cecil.
Thank you. And thank you for what you're doing. And I just wanted to, I'm listening to what Brad's saying, and that the county saved, we're at 75% of budget, and overall the county has saved $1.3 million. But that includes the road department in the overall budget. And what was just alluded to, of that $1.3 million in savings, $1 million is from the road fund, the road department. And so I just wanted to let people know that overall, we are cutting back, but the majority of that cutback is the road department.
I do need to make a
I'm gonna-
clarification.
If I may first, before you leave, Mr. Christensen, just as for the board and Mr. Ricker, maybe you can help with this. You use the term savings. We're not I don't think that's the right category, just my personal opinion. Adjustment might be a better term. What's your thoughts on that? I hope it turns out at the end of the period to be a true savings, but, and I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, it's really not, it's not making any money. It's
Okay.
just that we spent less money than we had planned to. And a lot of it has to do with the Morrill Bridge project that has been delayed due to permitting, which I'm going to be talking with you about here in a little bit.
Okay.
But so I just want the public to realize when we save $1.3 million, there's a reason for that. And a large part of it is from the road department, but it's due to a delayed project. And that money is forecast to be spent next year. And we're going to plan on rolling over that $1 million into next year's budget.
Thank you for being recognized, Mr. Chair.
Just stay. In fact, Brad, why don't you grab that long one, scoot it over to you. That way you guys can both have a microphone. So, Brad, a month or 2 ago, you came to us and said we're at a $2 million shortfall. Is that correct?
Right. There was $2 million that we expected to roll over from the previous budget that did not roll over.
So, as far as that $2 million, today we are not $2 million.
Yeah. So if you want to get into the real specifics of those numbers, it's pretty tough.
Okay.
Because we have revenues that haven't come in yet.
Yeah.
And don't come in until the very end of the year, and we're not sure what they're going to come in at.
Okay.
So it's tough to say what we're really down right now.
Okay.
And maybe a point of clarification on that note is also this $2 million is simply what didn't roll over. If you want to, there's still the budgeted amount of the road funds that are expected to be used, and that's what was approved in the last year's budget process. But
To balance that
as far
budget.
as the budget goes, that $2 million is something that we were expecting to have roll over, and it didn't.
Chris?
So the Pilton SRS money that you're expecting to come in, that's not entered into the budget yet, is it?
That's correct. Yeah, we don't have those revenues in
Right.
yet. We don't know what they're going to be.
And that's
so
what one
they're
of
not
the things I
reflected in
like so
revenue.
much about Brad is he's very conservative when he does his budget. So he waits until he gets that money in before he adds it into the budget, because it's revenue source that we don't.
You don't count it until you
We
get
don't
it.
count it until you get it.
I believe those are in the budget.
They're in the budget.
They're projected.
They're not. They're projected.
Of course.
They're not recognized
Right.
yet. So, and I think that's the point you were trying to make.
Right. That's what the point.
And
I'm
we
trying to
we do that conservatively, right? Because we.
Yeah, for those numbers, I work with Rocky McVeigh to get guidance on those.
Yeah. And he's conservative, so, and what the extra is good. So, Court.
So, Director Rickard, just how this news might have an impact or will impact the 22, 23, you know, the 5.8 figure that we've been, you know, looking at and trying to understand and analyze all the above. How will that number be affected if you had to make a guess right now?
So that number isn't going to be affected because that's in a new budget cycle. What would be affected, the less money that, the less we spent in this current budget cycle, the higher the possibility we have of actually rolling money over from the general fund, or also the less money that we'll be taking out of the road fund, and that's the more likely of those two scenarios. The less we spend now, the less we'll take out of the road fund. So that 5.8, I think it's down right now to 2 to 3 million, 2.5 million. I can't remember. That number isn't necessarily affected.
Okay.
One point of clarification I wanted to make, I did misspeak about how much the road fund is saving. The $2.2 million number, this number right here is the total budget. This is the current expenditures. We are 75% of the way through the year, so really you have to take 75% of this number and then subtract it from that. So will that be 1.5 million? So 300,000 or so. But to Rich's point, that is coming from the cuts he has made there. But that number will continue to grow as well as he's not hiring for certain positions that were budgeted. So, any other questions on payroll before we move on? Okay, let's move on to the general expenses. Again, 75% of the way through the year, you will see that most departments are under what was budgeted in their departments. You will see a few highlighted in red here, and I'll explain those. This 86% there's going to be an adjustment to that number. There was some AP that was posted incorrectly, and so that will drop. Actually, sorry, it's right here, 98% here. That will be moved out, and so these are a little inflated right now. Tax collection is a little high. I've spoken to the assessor about that, and he believes that they will still be coming in at budget. So some of this can be just a timing difference that's making those percentages look a little higher.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep.
We just have the Oregon State Director of Aviation waiting. He's fine, but could I get an idea how much time we're going to need to?
What are you thinking, Brad?
Couple minutes.
Couple minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry for the interruption there.
Okay. So overall, I don't want to scroll through that fast, but you get this sense that most departments are in the green, are highlighted green right now, and so that they are under budget. This again is going to cut into that $2 million shortfall that we had on the rollover, and help our budget out overall.
So on your last slide, you had one that was for overall. We were at like 66%. Do you have that for this one?
I don't have one for this one. It's not as easy to do as the last one. I would
Okay.
like to get to the
All right.
point where I have time to create a forecasting model.
It looks
but I
it
don't
looks
have it
substantial
right now.
though.
Yeah, and that's why I present it this way, so you can see each department where they're at. This one, council's office is at 40% of their budgeted amount.
Okay.
And you see that across the board. These papers are, I think they're in the packet. Maybe they're not.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
I've got them
Yeah.
on my screen.
Okay.
Can we also have this for the budget committee when we meet? Just
Sure.
look,
Yeah, I'll
that'd be
include
great.
them and we can look at them again. The last So that's all I have on the general expenses, unless any of you have questions on that. Okay, the last thing I wanted to just go over was recently the board made a decision to absorb management of parks into the juvenile department. And so with the information that came out of that, I was able to run an analysis on that. And I want, just for full transparency, I want to present how those decisions affected the county and the budget financially.
Okay.
So I did this really the easiest way possible, and I looked at both juvenile departments and parks department as a full year. Personnel costs for the juvenile department before this change was $524,000. After the change, it reduced that department's payroll dollars down $56,000. So that affects the general fund directly. It's $56,000 less being pulled from the general fund by absorbing the management of the Parks Department into juvenile. The Parks Department was budgeted at $119,000. It reduced down $41,000. So there's a savings there in that department too, and that is due to it's a part-time position instead of a full-time position. Overall, with this structure, there is a substantial savings to the general fund.
90,000.
No, 56,000 to the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah, 41,000 to parks. Parks is not a general fund department.
Gotcha.
That's all I have, unless there are any questions.
So what you're saying is a really good decision by the board.
Say again?
Really good decision by the board. That's what you really want to say.
It worked out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Louder? No. Court?
Good decision by the board. I would just encourage the public that has interest. We have a very important 9 o'clock meeting on Monday the 25th, so this coming Monday. There's going to be discussion later today about the independent audit, sometimes referred to as an evaluation, analysis, assessment, whatever. As we go into this fiscal year, we're going to be looking at union negotiations. We're going to be looking at tremendous fuel cost raises, cost of living adjustment, my goodness, inflation. We don't know where that's going to end. So I just want to prepare this board as one commissioner and the public for some serious work in where we are. And, you know, I can't get my mind wrapped around the 5.8 million and what that means. And yet, I think everybody up here is doing some pretty dedicated research. But I would just encourage the public to tune into that meeting. And I just want the public to know I'm not going to support the budget as we have it right now unless we do this audit, and I'll have plenty of information on that today. It's a tough decision, but in one sense, it's not a tough decision. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions for Brad?
Thanks, Brad. Good work.
Brett Cecil's got a...
Oh, my gosh.
Don't leave.
I'll try and make it really brief because I know you want to move on to the next presentation. Brett Cecil, Port Orford, Chair, Curry County Democrats. I want to mention, and I remember from my community college days, Accounting 101, the terms generally accepted accounting principles are deficit and surplus. We keep soft pedaling the fact that we have a shortfall. We have a deficit in our budget. Let's call it what it is, please. I don't think, as Rich mentioned, this isn't a savings we're seeing in the budget. It's a deficit reduction, I think would be the proper term. So good on the road department for bringing that deficit down a bit. I did want to, since Brad mentioned my comment and commented about my earlier comment. The audit of the books that he's mentioned is an audit of the books. It does not audit process. Item 5I on the agenda, which I think you've moved to another item someplace. Approval of Adroit Construction Company, Inc. Proposal for site assessment services at county facilities. This is the thing I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the books and the money. I'm talking about assessing the processes that happen within our departments and our offices in the county. There may be ways that we can be more efficient and cut out some of the expense within the county by reviewing the processes that happen within the county. So I just wanted to clarify that. I wanted to thank Brad for bringing that point up, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to make that comment.
Mr. Chair, on our next presentation, do we want to do break, or could we, it'd probably be about 10 or 15 minutes?
Yep.
So we'd have him wait a little bit longer. Okay, thank you. He just gets up and walks out.
Sorry. We'll take a break from 9:56 to 10:10. 14 minutes.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's going to be hard. It's going to take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
All right, welcome back. Break is over. We got Anthony Beach from Department of Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And going to give us an update on the Cape Blanco Airport.
So, Mr. Beach, we're really glad to have you here, and the time you spent on this. I don't think it's your favorite airport, but it seems to be moving in that direction. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I know you have a tremendous heart for emergency preparedness, and the county has had their eye on this tremendous facility for a long time. So has the state. Other counties are looking at it in terms of the big earthquake and all that might ensue. And thanks for being here on short notice and talking about the funds that have been located thanks to your work and State Representative David Brock Smith. So welcome. Thank you again.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. And are you ready for me to just go into my presentation now?
Yes, I wanted to mention we also have our emergency management coordinator, Monica Ward, in the audience. She may want to contribute something or may have questions for you. And if you haven't met her yet, we're anxious to get you two introduced. She's just been doing an incredible job.
Sure. Okay. I'm getting quite a bit of. I'm wondering if it's possible to mute while I do my presentation.
Top,
Okay,
up.
and then I'm gonna click to share my screen, and it looks like I made presenter
Goes over the yellow.
submission.
Over on the yellow mic. No, not that. The green mic, I'm sorry, the green mic down there. Just click it. That'll shut us off. There we go.
How's that?
Well, he can't hear us now.
We just had a team effort. We're going to go ahead and mute our microphone here. Thank you. Is that good, Derek?
Sure. Okay. And so I don't see a way to request presenter permission, but I'm wondering if that's something that you're able to grant.
Unmuting there.
Okay, it looks like that worked.
Yeah, we muted because he was getting feedback, he said.
Okay.
Great, we got it.
Can you all see? Okay. It looks like it's working. And so, again, my name is Tony Beach. I'm the State Airports Manager with the Department of Aviation. We own and operate, the department operates 28 airports throughout the state of Oregon, including the Cape Blanco State Airport. And I'm going to tell you about this runway electrical rehabilitation project that we are moving forward on. This project was originally something we had requested for funds through the Connect Oregon grant program. And then in the middle of that, the review process for those grants, the project was sponsored by Representative David Rock-Smith to be included in House Bill 5202 to be funded with general funds. And so that passed. And so, so our request through Connect Oregon was funded through House Bill 5202, and then our matching share was approved in last week's Oregon Aviation Board meeting to fund the remainder of the project through our state SOAR funds, which is an allocation of the jet fuel tax and aviation fuel tax for state-owned airports. And I'm going to get into that more here in just a second. Just a little background on the airport. It was constructed during World War II between 1944 and 1945. It has 8 leased hangars with based aircraft, and the airport does not receive any federal funds. So, so we rely on state and local funds for the operation and maintenance of this airport. And after 75 years of our pavement maintenance, the runway pavement is at the end of its life. This airport contributes to tourism commerce. It provides local access to the national air transportation system. Visitors stay and eat locally, supporting tourism and hospitality industries. It serves customers of the world-renowned Bandon Dunes Golf Resort, and it's the 4th longest runway on the Oregon coast, and it's one of only 2 airports with a runway wide enough on the coast for mid and large size jets. The airport also supports resiliency. It's identified as the only runway on the southern coast likely to survive earthquakes and tsunami from the predicted Cascadia subduction zone event. It supports air ambulance, search and rescue, large-scale emergency response, military operations, and staging. The airport also serves as a low visibility alternate airport for aircraft traveling up and down the west coast, and it serves as a lifeline for the 10,000 permanent residents of the southern Oregon coast. And this photo, this was taken from a July 2021 resiliency assessment from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It shows the Cape Blanco State Airport as a disaster logistics staging area. Current conditions, the airport, the pavement is at its end of life. Here's a photo taken from late last fall, and some additional photos from late last year, just showing the extensive cracking and point of degradation where this pavement is starting to turn to rubble. For the electrical system, the original electrical system is more or less non-existent. It does not function. This is the original electrical building where the transformers and regulators were, but again, it's basically been gutted. The system hasn't functioned, and if my understanding is correct, for quite some time, probably decades. This project will mill and replace the 2.5-inch surface course of the run for the entire runway. So that is its full width and length of the current configuration of the runway. It'll recompact the existing base rock. It'll install new electrical systems, including regulators, runway lighting, and navigational aids. And we expect its useful life to exceed 20 years and possibly exceed 40 years with regular maintenance.
Director Beach, could you go back that photo, please? Just so the public knows, the somewhat triangular shape here on the east side of the runway, somewhat parallel to, that is the 65 acres that the county owns. Good piece of property there. Yes, thank you. Not to interrupt you there, but I wanted the board and the public to just be reminded there.
Okay. So here's an exhibit showing the work that's in the scope of this project. So it's showing the new electrical building, new runway edge lighting, navigational equipment, runway lighting, and the surface of the runway that's going to be rehabilitated in this project. So this was the cost estimate that our engineers put together. The total project is just over $3.8 million. Our grant request in Connect Oregon was just under $2.6 million, and that is the amount that was funded through House Bill 5202. And so, again, the state allotment, our matching portion of $1.2 million was approved last week in the board meeting. So we have approval for the full $3.8 million to complete this project. And that includes a little over $500,000 for contingency.
That's great.
So our anticipated timeline for this project, we expect it'll take at least 16 months. And we are already completed with planning and scoping for the project. Design is going to begin next month. We're planning for that to begin, and so that we can advertise for bids early next year, and then award for construction by the spring, and then begin construction late spring and throughout the summer of 2023. We expect this project will close out in the fall through winter of 23, and it'll be concluded by the end of next year. Are there any questions?
I have. Thank you. This is Christopher Pash. I'm just, I wonder what you showed there in the plans is, that's all for VFR or visual flight rules for aviation. When we spoke a couple of years ago to the FAA, they said the process for putting in an ILS approach into that airport, it would qualify. They thought it would qualify by looking at it, and that was about an 18-month process. Have you looked at filing that application with the federal government to put an ILS approach in there, which would really help that airport, and it would help Oregon immensely? And the second part of that question is, if you were to put an ILS approach in there, then would you allow, or would that allow private aviation and like a FBO to go into there for fuel and management?
Okay, so the commercial businesses can operate on the field. They would just need to have a commercial lease with us, and they can do that anytime. If we had interested businesses that want to provide fueling services, if they meet our minimum standards for commercial aeronautical services, then we can enter a lease agreement with them. We have plenty of commercial aeronautical service providers at our other airports where we don't have instrument lighting. So that can happen anytime. As for the instrument approach, This airport, it's not eligible for federal funds. It's not included in the National Plan of Integrated Airport System, which is a collection of airports the FAA is determined to be eligible. We're in the process of applying for this airport to become eligible for federal funding. And when that happens, with this project, most of the airport's urgent needs will be addressed already with a brand new runway and electrical system. So depending on the needs and priorities for the airport and the community, an instrument landing system very well could be one of the first projects we'd look at getting it funded with federal funds.
One more note on that. I know you can also apply for a GPS approach into that airport because it would qualify with the low elevation and the long approaches that you can make into that airport. So I'm wondering if that might be an application you may want to submit as well.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, can we go to Emergency Management Coordinator Ward?
Monica, you got a question?
Hi, I don't really
The microphone.
It's alive.
Stay.
You broke it.
I'm great at braking technology, you know.
That'll work.
That's close
All
enough.
right.
Yeah, that'll work.
So I don't really have any questions on this. I would like to point out that the state has identified Cape Blanco Airport as the regional logistics point, which means that following a Cascadia event, they will fly a lot of resources into that airport. But we also need to look at the Transportation Resiliency Assessment, the RAP, that was published last fall, which does show that most likely we will not have any routes going south of Port Orford to move those resources. So as a county, we need to look at other alternatives because we are not going to have the routes open to move those. So it'll be a great resource for North County and South Coos County, but for the rest of the county, we need to be looking at an alternative just in case we don't have those routes. But seeing a plan to improve the conditions of Cape Blanco, it's exciting to see that movement, and we've even included it in our hazard mitigation plan that'll be going to FEMA this summer.
You know, it's kind of like when Huskenadden went out, Brookings was really isolated. Got right down to bare grocery shelves, you might recall. Not completely bare, but it was nip and tuck for a while. And so that's a very good point you just made, the bridges that we have between Gold Beach and Port Orford. If we lost those, and yes, this whole thing was designed by the state and other qualified people that it would be for essentially for 5 counties, including Douglas County, is probably at least Reedsport, you know, on the coast. So
yes, the RAP that published this past fall did throw a lot of surprises at the counties, especially when they brought in landslide and bridges going out. For example, Humbug Mountain, the landslides that we would see there after a major earthquake would most likely prevent us from ever reopening the 101 going through there. The state actually has a 5 to 6 year plan showing reopening the transportation routes, and we're looking at 5 to 6 years just for Curry County. So I encourage everyone to look at that assessment because it's very eye-opening for us to look at planning in the future.
Director Beach, did you get all that? Could you hear okay? Oh. Director Beach?
Yeah, I could hear all of that.
Terrific, thank you.
Chris?
I think Crescent City is the airport to the south that would use for emergency procedures or for emergency services, wouldn't it?
It's an option. The big push right now is developing seismic resilient runways. Right. Because of the up and down movement, we're going to see a lot of the runways crack and break to the point that it'll be difficult to land any aircraft. Portland Airport is actually in the process of moving forward to redo their runways to be seismic resilient, and I believe there's only 2 other airports in the state that have those runways.
Well, I'm excited to see this as a pilot. I'm really excited to see this airport get redone, and I look forward to seeing it. So,
Director Beach, did you have anything you wanted to add to EMC Ward's comments?
No, I appreciate your comment, and I appreciate you inviting me here to talk about this project. I'm very excited to have this project going through as well, and happy to give you you all further updates as we move along. And if there are no other questions from me, then I'm going to sign off.
We got one more, Bud. Just hang.
Our roadmaster just stepped up to the microphone. If you wouldn't mind holding just for a couple minutes.
Well,
sure.
Just with this airport and working with Emergency Services Coordinator Monica Ward, Curry County Road Department has placed in 2 plans our Curry County Hazard Mitigation Plan that we want to do a bridge resiliency plan for alternate routes from this airport to southern Curry County using U.S. Forest Service roads and logging roads from the local contractors, because there's all these roads going from North County to South County and east and west to the I-5 corridor that may be, we wanted to have a resiliency plan on looking at utilizing those roads in a Cascadia event. And this plan is also identified in the roads 6-year master plan. And next year, we're planning on asking you for money to start this resiliency plan for the road department, looking forward that we know where all these roads are, that we work with all the landowners, and we have agreements ahead of place, so when a Cascadia event happens, that we could possibly open roads through the back mountains, and some of these are old stagecoach routes that are still there from the 1800s, and logging roads, that we could get materials through the back country to all the way through Curry County.
Great, thanks.
It would be it'd be a stretch, Rich. My idea is
optimism.
Yeah, optimism. But we got this big giant ocean out there. We're gonna. I think that's the way to move stuff is by a barge and go from Cape Blanco Airport over to the ocean and then down to Gold Beach, Brookings, and that area. Monica, go ahead, speak to that if you want, because Humbug Mountain's going to come down and fill up Brush Creek and 101. It does that without a Cascadia effect. So.
And during our hazard mitigation plan development, we were discussing that, and actually on June 14th, we have a tabletop exercise with the port managers as well as 2 ports out of Coos County to discuss our options to move resources by sea following a Cascadia event. Okay. So we're pursuing all of our different options and actually doing exercises to build those plans.
Very good.
Great job, Monica.
Director Beach, we will let you go. Thanks so much for giving us the time today.
Okay, well, thank you all.
All right, I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Been moved.
I'll second.
And seconded. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. Discussion action items. Roadmaster signature authority of amendment number 1. Rich, you're up again.
Thank you. This is an amendment to the Morrill Bridge project with the state, and we had cost overruns due to State Historic Preservation Office and Tribal Historic Site, and working with the tribes in permitting. And we reached out to state. We put in a project change request form to cover these costs, and the state will cover 89.73% of these costs with this agreement. It'll be 10.27% of this cost to the road department. And so we're looking for board signature approval to amend the agreement, the original agreement, with this new agreement, and add, now the project will be, instead of being 2.3 million, it'll be 2.6 million.
So moved.
89.2% is pretty close to 90%, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty close.
Pretty close.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say yes.
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 Motion carries 3-0.
Thanks, Rich. Good job on that, by the way.
6B is CAFA. Jim, you just came over. CAFA County Assessment Functioning Funding Assistance, CAFA grant.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Colin, Curry County Assessor. As you all know, each year we bring to you a CAFA grant application that needs to be submitted to the Oregon Department of Revenue by May 1st. And we are looking for you to approve the Form 8 grant application resolution for the packet. This application is based on the county budget as we know it today. I mean, generally what we see is, if you end up making any changes, there will be some time to make some changes to this, but also these things go to the Department of Revenue and they usually find a couple of things to nitpick at. And so we may be coming back to you with changes anyway by June.
Okay.
So my request would be that you approve this application today as submitted.
Okay, look for a motion.
So moved to approve this CAFA grant application for the tax and assessor program.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve this. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Unless there's any discussion, no discussion, all in favor, yep, we did that. Motion carries 3-0. Thanks,
All
Jim.
right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Assessor.
C is March Older Americans Month. Commissioner Boyce.
Speak for yourself.
I guess
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
April, we're a little older in April, but did we miss a month here or what?
Well, we're just preparing for the month of May.
But it says March.
It says March.
March Older Americans
I'm
Month.
not going to be able to blame you on that, am I?
So it's supposed to be May?
I've never mistaken those 2 months before in the past.
Don't they both
Is
start
this
with
because
when?
you're an older American you made
Yeah,
this
wait,
mistake?
it does say March.
It does.
It's amazing. So the public knows, this is for the upcoming month of May, and we're pretty proud to offer this proclamation before the public. It's just a good awareness and a recognition. And, you know, I would like to read this, Mr. Chair. I just have one little correction. And Miss Anderson, who has worked very hard on this, I kind of expected her to be here about 10:15, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area. But if she shows up, she may have some comments or be available for questions. But just really pleased to be able to work with her. And we've never done this in the 5+ years I've been here, so I'm proud to have a part in this. I just want to make one correction. The second paragraph, second whereas, Curry County is the second largest population of older adults in Oregon with a projected growth of 38% by 2030. I'm almost positive, Mr. Chair, that should read proportionately. We have the second county.
Yeah.
Highest, our median age in Curry County is 56, I think, and so, but we're proud of our aging population and what they contribute. So here goes, if I may.
Sure.
Whereas Curry County includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community. And then I read the second paragraph that Curry County is the second largest proportionally of older adults of the 36 counties in Oregon. Projected growth of 38% by 2030. Whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported, and whereas community partners in the medical, mental health, and social service field recognize the need to create an age-friendly health system framework that provides the services and supports older Americans need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible. And whereas Curry leaders and organizations can work to build an even better community for our older residents by 1, planning developments that are age-friendly, accessible, parks, venues, and buildings. 2, ensuring growth of programs and resources that promote independence and engagement of diverse age groups. 3, promoting opportunities to develop the skills and knowledge of the workforce who serve older adults, and for older adults to improve their resilience through community education and community involvement. Now, therefore, we of Curry County do hereby proclaim May, I got that one right, 2022 to be the Older Americans Month. We urge every resident to recognize the contributions, again, of our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their communities. And then we can sign that. Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. When I got here a few years ago, I thought I knew pretty much everyone in the county, and I met some retired people that I didn't know. And you know, you see that in a lot of committees. Whenever we need a volunteer group to work free gratis and contribute back, the number of professionals that we have in this community that have contributed and are anxious to contribute and are willing to be recruited, willing to participate. They really make a gigantic difference, and I'm just happy to present this to the board and looking for a motion after further discussion, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
So move, Mr. Chair, to make Curry County supportive in a proclamation as May of Older Americans Awareness Month.
I'll second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. Steve Byerland, Southern Oregon Fisheries Consultant. Funding update.
Steve, welcome. Did the board get a chance to read the letter behind the promotion here? And
I did.
We're trying to accomplish. Steve and I've been to Coal Rivers Fish Hatchery twice in the last month and a half, and it's with the help of other counties and our national leaders. Certainly your efforts. We've got some good news to report, so I won't read the letter, but just really glad to have you here, Steve.
Thank you. We've been working with this county, through myself and with the commissioners, have been very supportive of trying to bring our fisheries back on the Rogue River. And we still keep an eye on other rivers as well, because it's all kind of collectively. We formed a coalition, and it's not easy to form a coalition, Curry County being a leader in that. And one that surprised me coming on board was Coos County. Rogue does not run through Coos County, but Coos County has a valid interest in ocean fisheries where our salmon go to the ocean and are harvested. There used to be 60,000 salmon harvested in the ocean from the Rogue River, primarily, I'd say 98% spring chinook in that 60,000. Over 70% of the spring chinook produced by the Rogue system were caught in that fishery, and it's gone down tremendously. And I think recently I saw the commercial harvest this year off Brookings, and through there was 800 fish with no more than 50 fish per boat, per week, I think it was, But nevertheless, it shows a huge decline. This is a fishery in crisis. Even though it's one of the best fisheries still on the West Coast, it's been covered up or not seen, because when you stop fishing in the ocean, more fish come back. So that makes the fishery look good. Well, that only lasts for a little while if you haven't changed what caused the decline. Then when you quit harvesting wild fish, again, it covers up what is there. And then when the hatchery fails, there is no harvest. And so I think this is a crisis. I would like to see the governor declare it a crisis, or an emergency in the county to think about that. Curry County has led the way. We've had a number of meetings and whatnot, so we really have a coalition. Jackson County is stepping in, the Coos County, Curry County, Josephine County we're still working with, but they've been involved with us as well, partially my fault not keeping them better informed, but this coalition is something that hasn't happened before, anywhere in Oregon. And I think there's other counties such as Douglas that has interest also. We have made some big strides, and one of those strides is the awareness. I'm told the awareness in Washington, D.C. is quite high with our work with Senator Merkley, Senator Wyden, and Representative Congressman Benz. And looks like we have gotten, and I'm understating this, $2.8 million in our efforts so far to work on the hatchery. The electrical system was in total disrepair, had crashed. And when we went up last month up to the hatchery with the chief of staff from Washington, D.C. for Senator Merkley, that night before we got there, the emergency generator that the hatchery operates on, because the main line is out and has been for over a year, it crashed, and so they were operating on 2 wheeled
down to third
trailers,
option.
As a third option, and they were operating at under power and have to keep things turned off and not everything running at once, and it's a mess. But it looks like we got the money to replace that line if things hold up until November, when they can probably get it done by then. That was a big plus, and it was Curry County's leadership, Coos County's leadership, and that got that done. But it's an ongoing thing, and how much money we're going to get to work on the hatchery. We really need about $12 million, and we just did an appropriations request for that with letters from counties for support.
We can actually be pretty optimistic about that.
Yeah, we're pretty optimistic about it. It's going to take many years to get it done. This is not a one shot and it's done. This is a continuing process, and economically, I don't think the counties, because it's been hidden and not seen and not talked about, how much decline there's been in the Rogue River fisheries. And I've always found, I was a guide for 30 years, but if the product seems to be diseased or have a problem, tourism goes down. Maybe you're fishing for fall fish that don't have a problem, but if spring fish are down, or there's some kind of listing or whatever, it causes people not to come and throws a negative on it, and that's the whole region, But this is a fixable deal, The Corps of Engineers has not accepted its responsibilities for mitigation. The Corps of Engineers has built the dam system on the Rogue project, and they were required to do mitigation for all problems occasioned by the project. And they didn't identify wild fish at all, below the dam, haven't done anything. They've declined by 60%. We have an appropriation bill in for new spawning gravel and spawning channels on the upper Rogue to address that. The Corps of Engineers, that addresses wild fish, not just hatchery fish. The Corps of Engineers does not want to be in the fish raising business. It's contracted to the ODF&W, but it's not well funded as it should be. And we have some plans to present to the county and their coalition coming up that I haven't written down yet, but it takes me a while.
That plan's going to show a little courage on your part.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Brown, I want to, if I could, just divert, and then we'll come back to this, but talk again about the Coquille River situation there, and the number return, and also the abandoned hatchery. And we're not in any hurry here. This is a resource that we're honestly looking at. What are the odds that we could lose this resource? So it's beyond urgent.
I'm not sure we haven't lost it already. The Coquille hatchery does not have the water source to make it viable. And I think a couple of years ago they had like 3 fish back, after their implant, and so and they have a hard time getting the water. So the backup for that is Coal Rivers, which is in disrepair. The Archie Creek fire that destroyed the Rock Creek hatchery on the Umpqua River. Coal Rivers hatchery in disrepair is the backup to that, and so it's pretty regional, and same thing's the backup for Elk Creek, Elk River hatchery as well. Currently, the broodstock for winter steelhead from the Umpqua is being held at Coal Rivers hatchery, where the eggs will be taken and hatched there, and then taken back to the Umpqua where they'll be acclimated, to be released, But it's a regional thing. It's taking more and more time, and as you know, with inflation and whatnot, I have a little concern that originally we were supposed to bring the other counties in to help fund, a process. I'd like to all counties have a fisheries coordinator to work on it, because the county commissioners have got so many issues to work on, and it's a little complicated to come up to speed on it. You know. But hopefully the Curry County can seek additional funding and help from the other counties rather than paying the bill. I'm a little tentative about Coos County because they've given us their lobbyist in Washington, D.C. At no expense, and who's been, you know, absolutely a gold mine of help. You know.
How do you say his last name, Ray?
Blousher.
Chris?
Ray Blousher. Met him several times. Good guy.
Steve, I'm surprised that Jackson County isn't more. I mean,
they're coming on board.
Because you know the state gave that Joseph Stewart State Park was a state park. Now it's a county park, and that's right above the fish hatchery, and that's Jackson County. That's.
I think the issue is Commissioner Pash and I went over to speak to Jackson County, and somebody over there got the idea that we were encouraging the removal of the dam.
They thought we wanted all the dams removed, and we had to really clarify with them that we didn't want the dams removed. Actually, we wanted it to stay in place.
Yeah.
Even if you clarify it, it's still in the back of their mind, you know. So they were very tentative about, and they want, and it's good that they want to analyze each step that we make, and support it individually, you know. But hopefully their confidence will grow as we move forward.
Okay. Well, I applaud your work, but because that, you know,
So,
that's near and dear to my heart.
He mentioned the Rock Point.
Rock Creek.
Rock Creek Fish
yeah.
Hatchery, yeah.
So we got a video here that I'm.
Yeah.
Do we?
Well, you're in Brad's thing.
Come to think of that, speaking on Rock Creek, you know, if the commissioner, I don't know if the commissioners can, you know, the Curry County commissioners can, but I think by the 22nd, comments to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, who's going to be hearing whether to stop hatchery inputs into the Umpqua, is going to be heard at the Fish and Wildlife Commissioner's meeting, I think on Friday, you know, and I sent a letter in, you know, on it saying it should maintain, and I can get you some more information on that, but if you guys could, if the commissioners could support keeping ODFW's recommendation of producing hatchery fish at Rock Creek, you know, then, and all we're doing is supporting ODFW studies and research, but there's quite a movement to stop that by the anti-hatchery people, you know, and I think something from the Curry County would be nice. I know it's short notice. So.
Let's view this, and we're going to bring you back because I want to talk about the tribe's involvement and just some of the other things that we have going. So this, I think this is 8 minutes, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
My name is Dan Meyer, and I am the manager of Rock Creek Hatchery. I've been working here since 1986. The function of the hatchery is to provide a recreational fishery for the sports and commercial fisheries. The species that we produce are spring chinook, fall chinook, summer steelhead, winter steelhead, coho, and rainbow trout. The history of the hatchery entailed some movement. Originally, it was on the south side of Rock Creek and just north of the confluence of the North Umpqua. That was built back in the 20s, and it was a startup facility. They trapped their fish in the river. It actually began artificial propagation of the resources here in the Umpqua Basin. To work for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife at a hatchery, it's a condition of employment to live and work on the facility. My residence was one of the farthest away, which was about 400 yards up our driveway. I raised my family here the entire time I've been here. I guess it started with us hearing the wind that was forecast. It sounded like a jet plane going over our house at 3 o'clock in the morning. And on the way back from town, I heard there was a change, there was 2 fires. Called my wife, and she said, yeah, I know, we're on level 1 now. We're getting things ready to go. So I went up to our house and started to load up things and help load things up there. And evacuators came in, said it's level 3, you gotta go. And, you know, we were watching the sky, smoke coming over the ridge over here, pretty dark black. Said it was on both sides of the river coming our way. Pretty quickly, we got up to Rock Creek Road. There was a big string of cars coming out. We met up the next morning, and it was just total devastation. Couldn't hardly see, maybe 50 feet in front of you. We had our N95 masks on, and structures were gone. Our houses were gone. The Rockhead building was standing. Our generator room was standing. Our U.S. post office boxes were still intact, but yet 15 feet away, the Liberation truck melted down. So what was lost was 80% of the structures on the facility, 15 structures. There was 5 residences, the hatch house, a large equipment garage. All the equipment was lost. The fish we lost from the fire was approximately 800,000 juveniles. We lost the entire year production of Chinook, salmon, coho, and steelhead and trout. But luckily enough, there was enough water seeping through the intake up there on Rock Creek to keep the adults alive. We brought in 8 tanker trucks and salvaged the fish. Took them to transport them to Coal Rivers where they had a place for them. My job, responsibility for the salvage operation was to make sure the site was safe and let my boss know how many fish we needed to salvage, coordinate where they were going to go, also logistically how to get those fish out of the holding pens, which were burnt to the water line. We just had enough people power to do that. Operation went very smoothly. 7 trucks evacuated the 700 fish to Coal Rivers Hatchery, fertilized about 500,000 eggs. There's 332,000 juveniles down there awaiting growing and awaiting their release here at the hatchery. You know, the biggest changes that I've found and that just are somewhat haunting every time I go back and look at old pictures of the facility was how lush and green everything was. And how it can be just wiped out within 24 hours. And the vast area that was wiped out up the north. And when you travel out of the fire footprint, it comes back to how it used to be. And the thing that's so impactful is how long it's going to take to recover back to where it was. We're talking century, more than decades, or if it's ever going to be the same. It's unimaginable to me. I just can't fathom how it's going to come back the way it was.
We can end it there.
Man.
So, yeah, everybody deep breath, huh? Wow. It's the reason I wanted to show this board, it shows, Steve can certainly speak to this, but it shows the additional pressure on Cold Rivers Fish Hatchery because of the abandoned basic dysfunction, and then you heard him say, if this hatchery will ever come back. I mean, Douglas County is determined, of course, but when you look at the $12 million or so for the repairs that are needed at Cold Rivers, that seems like, even though it's a gigantic amount, it's a small amount to actually rebuilding the Douglas County hatchery. So at the Cold Rivers, the 2 times we've been there, of course, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers hasn't even showed up. And we started off with a little bit of a rough go with ODF and W, but you've been the gap to bring those people back, and I've really been impressed with the effort that they have made, the commitment, and the diligence just to work with the USACE and try and get it put back together. And I didn't want to leave out Congressman DeFazio. I think he's going to be a key part in this too. The last of his term, and whether it's Val Hoyle or Alex Garlatos, we'll do our part certainly to get them on board. And I want to mention the tribe. The Coquille tribe has just been incredible. They've been there both times that I was there, and they are extremely concerned with the numbers, and they've been a huge benefit to our work to try and get this funding that we need. And on the 4th, they'll be here from Coquille, Brenda Mead and Mark Johnston, and they'll make a little bit of a presentation. We'll talk more about Cold Rivers. You've already been invited, of course, but just kind of have a 15-minute presentation, question-answer period where we can talk with them, and probably even have some of the congressional and Senate staff tune in. And I'm going to show pictures of what we're looking at for the electrical and some of the repairs, and combined with some of the pictures you have. So after that video, you have first word if you want to comment on.
Yeah, I didn't mean not to mention the tribes, Brenda Mead,
okay.
and they have the tribal chairman. They also have a staff that when they go to some of these meetings like the tour, they brought 5 people, that set aside their day and traveled a long ways to be there, and they're all interested and dedicated. There's also a second tribe that's also involved, being represented by one of the people who represents the Coquille, tribe.
Steve, that's Matt Hale, who also dubs as the Douglas County Timber Operator Executive Director, and he's the one that has produced the last 3 videos I've shown the board in Douglas County, and it just fits with everything we're worried about and wanting to solve and work on, etc. So Matt Hill's just been incredible.
The coalition is growing and getting stronger by the day, and big issues bring big coalitions. And just one point that for citizens of Curry County to know is the Rogue produces 50% of all the salmon and steelhead produced in the state outside of the Columbia.
50%.
So it is very important.
It's huge.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
So what I've asked the board to consider, and what Steve and I've been working on, is just a letter that goes to particularly Josephine and Jackson County. Josephine County did in the early days contribute $5,000, I think. Yeah, and so they've had a little bit of switching of commissioners over there, but I have no question in my mind that they'll be supportive and interested and want to contribute. So I just want authorization from the board to come up with a letter that, at least in the draft form, that you would probably, I assume or presume, would support.
Yeah.
And then we'll bring it before the board on the 4th and talk about it some more.
What about,
I support that.
Yeah, I do too. Well, Steve, what about that letter that you need by Friday?
We were getting to that, huh?
I'm sorry, yes. I'll get that to you immediately.
Okay, and, get that to JJ and we can sign that.
Yeah, I get it to JJ and go through that. It's just a letter of support for the position of ODF and W on continuing hatchery operations at Rock Creek. There's quite a movement to close Rock Creek hatchery down. It's not operating now, but I believe they do have $26 million in insurance money to rebuild or do it, and that's kind of in limbo, and they just did a big meeting at the fairgrounds in Roseburg, for this, and it's the hot subject right now, and I'd appreciate a letter, of support. I sent one out yesterday morning, and
I think all three of us are in support. Yeah. So we'll get that letter to us, and we'll get that signed also.
I'll send it to JJ and then copy each one of you.
Mr. Byerland, back to the Coos. In that letter, I honestly forgot exactly where we're going on the conclusion here, but trying to get the other counties on board. But it was pretty important. Anyway, it was the 4th or the 18th. I'm not sure exactly what we set up with the Coquille Tribe. And I know. I'm sorry. Oregon Anglers Association. They're also very much involved. And Mr. Krug couldn't be here today, but we will. We've done a lot of joint work with the three of us in this board, and so I don't want to leave them out of the mix either. They're very much involved. And you might want to discuss your plan a little bit in bypassing the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I don't. As far as making that public, I think that's there's no risk that it's a wrong approach.
I think I'd like to work on it just a little bit more, and bring it back. But I think it's a very sound idea going forward, So, and I think it can be done, and I think it's supported in the authorization document when the project was authorized in 1962. So,
but it's supported around encouraging the ODF&W to take a greater role in the whole aspect of.
Not necessarily the state, but the federal government.
Yeah.
Well.
Get that.
Yeah, work on it.
Work on
ODF&W.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have that right?
No.
No?
So say no more.
The state does what they can afford to do because they're funded by the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
They're funded at a reduced rate of what they should be funded at, So ODF&W can only do what it can with the equipment it has and the facility it has and the funding from the Corps, so.
I won't be letting them off easy. I'm counting on them.
Thanks, Steve.
Rich, you had a question for Steve or us or?
Or just a suggestion.
Get up there. We got real quick, we're going to do a public hearing, so.
Just attending all the webinars and seminars and Zoom meetings and working on
Did you say seminars?
Seminars, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm just watching this, it's really sad. I'm a fisherman, and salmon are a big part of our revenue for our community, for our economy and tourism. But the big word now for successful grants is equity, okay? And equity, there's nobody more impacted by all this than our 3 local tribes. And we should be reaching out to them for letters of support because this is part of their heritage and traditions, and they're the most impacted. And those letters raise that equity score, and that $12 million you need for the Coal River hatcheries, that creates a much better grant application.
They'll be here on the 4th or 18th.
We've already got them involved in this, so.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to budget hearing at 11 o'clock for Curry County 4-H Service District. So, Peggy, is that why you're here? Okay, you want to come on up, or what? Anthony? Well, there's another.
Oh, you got company.
So the hearing is officially open.
Hearing is officially open. Good morning. I see an Ophir Road gentleman.
There's some distinguished people just walked through the door.
Yeah.
I was listening and hearing all at the same time. So.
Okay.
You guys ready for us now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me hand out a couple of things for you. Budget packet.
All right,
So I see.
thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Boy, we got the right color there for sure.
You know it.
Some say.
Oh, it's orange, right?
There's some green in there.
Little
pull.
orange green.
What's that, Peggy? Okay. You need beaver socks today.
You might want to pull that one microphone down a little bit there.
Are you thinking I'm not tall enough to
Or
reach this big?
You could actually get
you
a
did
chair and
good.
stand on a chair if you would like.
We're heels today. I've got two of our budget committee members are here in person, and then I'm going to call Lynn Boniface.
Okay.
She was not able to be here in person, but
Okay.
if you guys don't,
Absolutely.
We don't
if
care.
it's fine with you, we will give her a call and put her on speaker. Hi, Lynn. This is Cheryl with the Extension Service, and I have you on speakerphone at the Commissioners' meeting room for our Budget Committee meeting.
Hi, Lynn.
Turn you up here. Okay. So I want to make sure how you guys want to handle it in the past. There have been times when you guys have had an agenda for us to follow, or you want me to be the leader of the parade?
I do. I really do want you to lead it because I have no clue what to do. So.
Okay, all right. Well, first of all, I'm Cheryl McDonald, and I'm the administrative office manager for the Curry County Extension Service, OSU.
Okay.
And we are here today for our Curry County 4-H and Extension Service District Budget Committee meeting. We hadn't talked ahead of time to see which one of the committee members would like to be the one to run it, and I'm sorry I don't remember who we used last year. You were last year, so.
You got the short straw?
Are you sure about that, Mr. Grumman? Are you sure about that?
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Brian Grumman will be our committee chair.
Okay.
And I can read the budget message for you guys.
All right.
I've provided you with the worksheets that we use and the LB forms that are required by the state. I've also put together a little highlight of what Extension has been doing over this last fiscal year. With everything being kind of crazy, I wanted you guys to see how we've kind of navigated our way through the COVID restrictions, still trying to reach out to all of our community members and stakeholders to get extension programs out there to everybody. In the past, we've done, so I guess since you guys didn't stop your meeting, we don't need to do the flag salute and everything again. In the past, we've done that before.
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'll proceed. Curry County 4-H and Extension Service District was formed in September of 1986, and voters approved its taxing authority in November of that same year. Its purpose is to provide funding for the operation of the Extension Office and delivery of Extension programs in Curry County. The district is authorized to collect ad valorem taxes at a permanent rate limit of .1021 per $1,000 of assessed value on property within the district's boundaries, and these funds are dedicated to the district's operating expenses. The district is required to complete the local budget process per ORS 294. The district's proposed budget for the 21-22 fiscal year, 22-23 fiscal year, include a general fund beginning balance of $885,795, of which $300,000 is reserved for future expenditure, anticipated revenues of $263,355, resulting in an ending balance of $934,260. The proposed reserve of $300,000 for future expenditure will be used for upgrades and remodel of the existing or potentially new office space, leaving an unallocated balance of $634,260 to address cash flow requirements at the beginning of the following fiscal year. Forms LB 20 and LB 30 summarize the district's current and proposed budgets and provide actual data for the 2 previous completed budget years. The district does not provide services directly, rather it maintains an intergovernmental agreement with Oregon State University Extension Service to provide extension educational programs and services in Curry County. This arrangement provides considerable leveraging of the district's financial resources. The district provides funding to OSU Extension Service for the basic infrastructure of the Curry County OSU Extension Office, including office space, support and program staff, supplies, and travel. OSU provides in-kind support by assigning extension faculty to serve Curry County and provides administrative and accounting support. The local extension office generates additional funding through program fees, enrollments, product sales, and grants, and maintains a significant cadre of volunteers. As shown in LB 30, the majority of the expenditures budgeted for the district is included in contract services line item. This reflects the funds paid to OSU for services rendered. Payments are made quarterly on a reimbursement basis. The district account maintained by the county will continue to receive tax-related funds, including interest and penalty payments, and will make expenditures for insurance, administrative fees, and periodic reimbursements to OSU. To facilitate those reimbursements, OSU will track expenditures related to fulfillment of its agreement with the district. OSU will account separately for revenues generated through program fees, donations, etc. This information will be made available to the district board and budget committee. The proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23 would certify a tax rate of $10.21 per 1,000 taxable assessed value, the district's legal rate limit. The estimate result will be $320,270 in current year taxes, the budget estimates of $12,000 in prior year taxes, and $6,000 in interest earnings. The proposed district budget includes $307,121 for all of which is anticipated to reimburse OSU for costs of extension services to Curry County. OSU's reimbursable expenses are expected to include $201,921 for personnel, salary, and other payroll expenses, and $105,200 for materials and services. The Curry Extension Office plans to include the following staff positions: 3/4-time administrative office manager, half-time master gardener education program assistant, and full-time 4-H education program assistant. OSU continues to support 2 faculty members in Curry County leading local educational efforts focusing on 4-H youth development, family community development, and filling a faculty position recently vacated due to retirement. Additionally, 5 faculty members housed in Coos County with responsibility to serve Curry County as part of their assignments covering programs in tourism and business development, forestry, agriculture, marine coastal communities, family and community health, and a regional fire specialist. Respectfully submitted, Cheryl McDonald, Administrative Office Manager and Budget Officer. Does anybody have any questions?
Nope. Will Brian lead the, ask for motion, or do we just do that ourselves?
Well, I guess I'm the chairman of the committee, so I should
Yeah,
do it.
right.
If there are no questions.
Yep, you need to stand up there and.
If there are no questions, I move that the budget be approved as submitted. Any questions?
Nope.
Vote? Do we vote? Yes, aye.
Because we are not voting, right?
Right, they have to vote to
Yeah.
approve
We
it.
vote.
I hear. I don't know if they're calling, but I hear.
Okay.
Thank you, Lynn.
We need your vote, Lynn.
So how many are on your committee?
3.
Okay, so that's all 3 ayes.
Okay.
And then the 3 commissioners are also, you guys are also part of our budget committee.
Okay, so we should vote?
You should vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Affirmative, Mr. Chair.
Chris?
Aye.
So it's unanimous.
All right. Motion carries.
Very good.
Objecting to the process, but
that's all
approve
I
the
do.
budget.
Yeah.
So, Mrs. McDonald, I noticed some of the names you have here. I know most of these people. What a great group.
Yeah.
Did you put this group together? Help? I'm sure.
Well, I'd like to say I did, but you know,
Yeah, it's a good
there's a
bunch.
lot that goes into it. No, they're a great group to work with, and if any of you have had the opportunity to speak with any of them in person or do some of their programs or any of that, they're all really great people to work with.
Very good.
It's a good spot. We're happy to be here.
And who is the gentleman behind you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this is a big one.
I thought so.
I shouldn't have overlooked
Go Beavers.
Just big in height. Sir Wiley Thompson, I'm the regional director for OSU Extension, and I have all the coastal counties.
Okay.
So I support our great coastal team, all the programs, and our outstanding administrative staff, which does, among other things, put documents like this together. And I operate as budget authority, so I'm that counterbalance to our budget officer. So when Cheryl would submit a payment, I'm the one that also makes sure that it matches up before it's actually processed for payment.
And you traveled down from where today?
West of Philomath.
Okay.
Well, gosh, well,
Thanks for
welcome to
being
Curry
here.
County. I assume you're a master gardener, of course.
No, sir.
I highly recommend that program.
I plan on aging into that at some point.
So, so you're in Philomath, but you work at the campus there. So
I have an office on campus, but at any given time, I'm out in one of the 6 counties. I start in Columbia, Clatsop, Tillamook, Lincoln, Coos, and Curry.
So you just made a 10-hour round trip to come to Curry County. I'm just processing them. Very much. I'm sure this is not the only reason you came down, but
Well, it's good to see it's good to see the team.
Yeah.
You know, we've learned to do a lot virtually and distributively during COVID with our Zoom and our meetings, and I think we've found ways to be efficient and also save money. But nothing beats face to face and you know shaking the hand of your team and being with them in person for the best and worst of times. And something I learned in 32 years in the military. You can't be everywhere all the time, but you got to know when to be there.
Yeah.
what branch of the military were you in?
Sir, I was in the Army.
Cool.
Very good. Thank you.
So is your office going to be under the new portion of the stadium by chance?
No, but I got up really early to go watch it get blown up.
Oh, yeah.
I was there at kind of ground zero in it. And the amazing thing was there was a lot of owls. So out of the dust, as everybody's walking away, all these owls were flying.
Oh, neat.
And, because they get under there and roost. And I think they were probably more surprised than we were.
There was no ducks flying?
No rumor started that they were spotted owls, correct?
No,
Oh.
they probably great horn and.
I had a friend the other day say I was studying spotted owls before they were invented. So
That's right.
we're really glad to have you here and hurry
Thank you,
back.
sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank
You
you
got a
for
great
all you
crew
do.
here.
We do. They're outstanding.
All right.
Ryan and Peggy.
Thank you. And
Lynn?
do you guys have on the calendar when when the adoption of the budget typically?
We don't have
that's
that yet.
in-
It's
okay.
June. It's in the middle of June.
Yep.
sometime.
Okay. I was just double checking and get it all on there.
We'll be in touch with you on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks again for making a drive down.
Pleasure.
Peggy.
Pardon me? Close the hearing. The hearing is closed. If you're within hearing, it is closed. Next on our agenda is second and last request, Marina Full Independent Financial Analysis, Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me get to my notes here. You know, I've brought this before the board 2 or 3 times, and you know, in my report, you notice that the budget committee has discussed it, but there hasn't been within the budget committee at least, there hasn't been a
Yea or nay?
determination to go one way or the other. But this board has turned it down twice, and you know, my heading says my second and last request. Actually, it's the third, but it's not going to be my last request because the more I think about it, the more I think it is so critical to where our county is going in finances. I mean, if we look at if you looked at my budget message, May 10th of last year, it predicts some of this. And I don't say 5.8 million, but I knew things weren't right. And it's even at a compounding as I speak right now. So this independent, outside of the $80,000 Moss Adams audit, it is something that the county, I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to turn over every rock and understand exactly where we're going, buy some responsible time, and just unify this board in where are we going to be 12 months from now? Are we going to be double that? We're going to be at 12 million. We're spending money we don't have. There's a rumor out there that some of our checks bounced. And I was somewhat castigated because I said, hey, we're writing bad checks. And then the next day I find out, well, that was just a figure of speech. And the next day I found out we did have a problem. I assume it's been corrected, not pointing any fingers, but we've got some serious work ahead of us. You heard me earlier today say, hey, we've got union negotiations coming up. We've got a theory that our budgets were balanced 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 3 years ago, whatever. We've got some substantial fuel concerns. Inflation is just, I don't know how you could even try and responsibly somewhat predict where that's going to be. So what I'm proposing to the board is a healthy discussion here. I said earlier today I'm not going to support the budget on April 25th unless we have this audit or something similar. This company comes, as you heard me say, comes very highly recommended through AOC. State of Oregon, when I originally proposed this back in, I think, November, and I wish the board really would have taken that time then to follow through with this and agree with me that we had a chance then. There was an issue there between Director Rickert and I that basically said he did warn us about the 4.7. I've asked him to produce video or emails that would substantiate that because I sure missed it. And he referenced the 4.7 then at that point, and that was the last meeting we had with the Budget Committee. So this gives us an opportunity to tie everything together, to bring the Budget Committee together and stop the opposition, real or perceived, and move forward. Subject maximum of 50,000. So that's what I'm proposing this board, and I'm hoping that you will take a serious consideration of that.
Questions? Discussion? I would just comment that, especially since you just even mentioned that the Budget Committee, we're going to meet Monday, this coming Monday at 9 o'clock. I would say, right now, I would entertain, let's hold off until we meet again with the Budget Committee. And I would like the whole 6-member Budget Committee to weigh in on this. Is this something, I haven't supported it, and I'm not a financial genius or guru or anything, but I think I know what the problem is. Curry County has had a loss of revenue in timber receipts over the years, and then they've been getting funds that have been diminishing, and it just shows more and more our lack of revenue to the county. We saw in Brad's report today that the county is not filling positions that maybe would if we were flush. So our payroll is down. And even in the Budget Committee, I think you two will agree with me that we have decided to look not as a freeze, but let's look at every person needed. But for me today, I will not make a vote in favor of this until the full Budget Committee would say, they approve of spending up to $50,000 for another audit. an independent audit. Chris?
I personally think an audit in this of the entire county would be 6 figures. That's what I think it would be. It's going to be extremely expensive to do a full audit of the entire county. Firstly. Secondly, we do currently have, as Director Rickard has stated, we have 2 audits on an annual basis. We are currently up to date on all of our audits, which this county has not been. And the auditors not only look at the finances, but they also make recommendations in your audit. And those recommendations are being met. So I don't know. For me to look at auditing the county right now with what I would consider highly professional accounting staff that we have back there, I don't think at this time it's necessary, given that the state has just finished another audit and only made 2 comments on the audit for small issues that they were, and they've already been rectified.
Would you agree, though, to
let me comment.
Talk to the.
If I may, Mr.
Just
Chair.
a second. Would you agree to talk? Bring this up in the budget committee
Absolutely,
on Monday,
sure.
and see what the budget committee.
So we just got an audit that cost us $80,000, and we found out there's only 2 little things. That's how we got here. It's astonishing to me, gentlemen, that we're spending money we don't have, and we don't know where we are, and we're resistant to getting an outside audit company that we desperately need, and we've turned down several times. I'm just shocked. So here we are. Let me read this to you.
I just want to make one comment to that, if I could.
Okay.
The audits that we just spent $80,000 on, that's the state auditors come in. It's mandated by state law that they come in and do that. We don't have a choice. It's mandated to give our citizens clarity and transparency in the way the county money's spent.
What transparency, Commissioner? I haven't seen anything that says, here's the recommendations we make so you don't get in this quicksand again. Have you seen that? Do you have some recommendations you could offer?
They recommended to the accounting office 2 things this year. One was with something with the assessor's office, and something with our finance director, that they changed 2 things or addressed 2 things, and they've been addressed. But so I just want the public to know, and for clarity, that $80,000 that we spent, it wasn't a private firm that we went out to seek. It's state mandated by the state law to do that. So that's the answer to that. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Well, you excuse me. That's fine. You said would be a. Did you say 6-figure?
I'm sure it'll be over $100,000.
Okay, so what they contracted with us before, and this board turned down, was $45,000. Now we have an agreement on that, right? So the state audits, that's the one that every county has. What are those audits designed for? They're designed to make sure that there's the figures match. That's all they do. They don't detect any fraud. They don't detect anything that might be out of ordinary. They don't give you opportunities to look at how you might overcome certain things. It's just a standardized deal that's in-house. I'm proposing to this board for the 3rd time an independent outside audit. So here's what I would like to read to you. This is from the Moody Company. An audit is, and there's 4 things here. A historical look at financial information, looking back at the accounting and reporting of transactions that have already happened. B, focused on the accuracy of financial information at a material level. C, a big picture look at compliance with laws and regulations. D, a consideration of internal controls only related to how the audit will be performed. What types of procedures and how much work needs to be done to support an opinion of the financial statements. An audit is not, repeat, is not an evaluation of the entity's processes and approach to finances to determine effectiveness of efficiency. B, an evaluation of the entity's effectiveness of internal controls with an objective of reporting on those controls. C, an evaluation of performance against best practices or established benchmarks. D, an analysis of trends, financial or otherwise, or consideration of drivers and causal factors impacting those trends. Finally, forward-looking, i.e. provide recommendations on adjustments to current operations to reverse a negative trend in financial or other performance.
Can you read A again?
Certainly. An evaluation of the entity's processes and approach to finances to determine effectiveness of efficiency. Finally, 1 through 5. What their evaluation is not an audit. Our approach would be to look at the current situation, evaluate current situation versus desired state, i.e. stable financial condition and projections. 3, identify specific gaps between where you are and where you need and want to be. Number 4, determine the driver's causes behind those gaps. Number 5, provide recommendation and a roadmap to address those causes and get you where you want to be. So, would you gentlemen agree that this has become somewhat of a political thing? I went to the forum in Brookings the other day, and how this $80,000 audit is all we need. What are we afraid of? Why don't we want to open up the books for $45,000 or a maximum of $50,000 and say, we trust this company, their reputation speaks for itself, we are in one mell of a Hess here, and we're still going, everything's okay. I mean, it just, I'm sorry, board, I strongly disagree, and it's powerful to me to try and assess coming to you a third time, when this could have been handled back in November or even prior to that. What do we got to lose? And every department, even the sheriff's department, should be saying, I want to cooperate with this. I want to go before the citizens and say, by George, we finally did our due diligence. Boyce has been saying this for how many months and how many years? And this gives us an opportunity to say, we're coming to the folks for some added revenue because we are desperate for public safety here. Not going to let it go collapse on my watch. We're looking at laying off people here, are we not?
Well,
we're looking at mandated services, and you don't want to spend $45,000 on an audit? You want to delay it another week or another month? It's our responsibility. It's not the budget committee's responsibility. It's our responsibility. We should have acted on this 4 months ago. Thank you.
I think it's the budget's responsibility to weigh in, especially that we're in the budget season, to say.
Well, then I'll give you the same report on Monday.
David Barnes.
David Barnes, I'm the county treasurer. I'm also a retired internal auditor, certified internal auditor, by the way. I just want to make clear for the public what's going on here. To say that we don't know what's happening is a fallacy. This is a purchasing and payment process for this county. Number one is there's employees in certain departments who are authorized to make purchases, whether it be paper, whether it be a computer, the needs of the department. There's authorized employees in each department who can make purchases. Any purchase they make goes through, they first look at the budget and they make sure that it's a budgeted item and that they have room in their budget to do that. When they make a purchase, their department head signs off, reviews it and signs off on the purchase. After the department head signs off on it, it goes over to the accounting department, where the accounts payable administrator audits and reviews every single claim that comes across her desk. She hands it off to the finance director, who then reviews and audits every single claim that comes across his desk. All the claims then go to the commissioners, who have the option of reviewing every single claim that comes across their desk. Finally, it comes to me for review and for signing the checks. There's 5 independent steps approvals that happen before I sign a check. So to say that we don't know what's happening is it's not correct. Something I do need to address that Commissioner Boyce brought up in the beginning, we did not bounce checks last week, sir. There were checks that were returned to the bank. There was an administrative problem. The bank is still looking into why they were returned. There was checks to 3 different people who were returned last week. That has been clarified. Those customers have been contacted, and those checks have been made good.
So why did that happen? Can you tell us?
Like I just said, sir, the bank is still investigating that.
Okay.
I've been in contact with them since I was told about it. I got in contact with them immediately, and I've been in contact with them numerous times. Since then, they are investigating it as we speak.
It's a bank issue, not a county issue.
But you heard me say that I don't know what happened. I didn't say that we bounced checks.
You said bounce checks, sir. Those were the words that came out of your mouth.
Yes, but I didn't say that as a foregone conclusion, and you know that.
I'm asking you to please use proper terminology. We did not bounce checks, sir.
Okay, but you're saying, you're identifying we did have a serious problem, and there's investigation going on now, right? So should I be alarmed as a commissioner?
No.
No, just ignore it.
It doesn't involve you, sir.
Of course it does.
How?
if you want to have a discussion on commissioner job descriptions, I'll be glad to have that with you.
Your job is to set policy. You know, I don't understand.
Read the
why-
job description. It is legislative, judicial, and executive branch. Okay, that's what we're responsible for. So if I'm going to be accountable for the funding of this county, I need to know everything that has to do with that. That's my responsibility and part of my job description. I'm not just here to set policy and listen to you say there's fallacies here and I'm saying false information. You have no credibility, Mr. Barnes. You're the one that said 20 years we will still have road fund reserves. Do you want to stand by that statement and your credibility?
I said at the spending level that we were at last year, sir.
Spin.
At the
Which you often do, sir.
At the spending level we were at last year.
Okay,
that was
let's get
before
back on
this year's
topic.
budget came out.
I know what you said,
Let's
and you
get-
wanted somebody's job for bringing it up. You wanted them
gonna-
out of here.
We're going to get back on topic as far as
Yes.
the
I don't
audit.
know what, based on our existing internal controls and the existing levels of approval that we have, I don't know what is anticipated to get from this audit. I've performed hundreds of audits. I've conducted seminars where I've taught finance professionals internal controls systems and evaluations of those systems. I agree with Commissioner Pash. This is going to cost a lot more than $45,000. Please, sir, would you please respect me and not laugh when I'm speaking?
I have it in writing. It's a $45,000 bid, and you just keep
That's
promoting.
without does that include the scope of what the audit is going to be?
So here's what I'll offer, board, and then yes, I will stand down to the public. This kind of conflict, this kind of diversion and resistance, that in itself is enough reason for an audit. Absolutely. I stand down, Mr. Chair.
I welcome one. I just, you talk
Why
about
don't you
waste.
encourage one?
I have nothing to hide from anybody. So I have no qualms about getting one. My concern is with the cost of it. We talk about wasting money, and and our expenses, and it's the little things like this. It's $45,000 for an audit. It's $5,000 for a salmon study. It's $25,000 for a water study. It's all these little $40,000 and $20,000 and $5,000 things add up to the $2 million that we seem to be short every year, that we're taking from the road fund. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from departmental spending. They're not going out and spending a ton of money on things. It comes from things, the money lost. We do not have enough revenue. That is our problem. We don't have a spending problem. We have a revenue problem. We just don't have enough. As you said in the beginning, Commissioner Herzog, our revenues are down. We don't get PILT. We don't get SRS. Our revenues are down. I've been working diligently trying to come up with a way to bring new revenue to the county. I heard from somebody in legislative offices yesterday that the consumption tax that we've been discussing that I proposed, they seem to think that would be a legitimate thing for us to do, and they're reaching out to legislative counsel's office to find out if we can, and if we can apply the kicker like I proposed to it. So, I'm moving forward with that. I'm trying to plug this hole the best I can. But if you're going to keep piddling money away on things like this that really aren't necessary to the operation of this county, the hole keeps getting bigger and it keeps getting deeper. And, this is where it has to stop, is at this level, is the spending by this board on things is where it really needs to stop. And that's the first step towards plugging this hole, I believe.
Stop the spending? I've never heard you say that before. Stop the spending. You brought up, if I may, Mr. Chair, you brought up water. That would have been from the ARP funds. That's one of my programs that you were resistant to. It's a $5,000 salmon study after the public testimony we had today. That's my program. The audit, you know how important this is to me and how valid I think it is for these citizens. And you think that's a waste. You want to talk about waste? I'd love to have a debate with you on the waste of this county the last 4 years. Would you like to accept that challenge?
The biggest waste that we've had is OpenGov. Okay, we lost over
Thank you for that
$200,000
honesty.
on that. You
How
voted
much do
for
we
that,
spend?
sir.
How much?
I would estimate over $200,000 that's cost us.
Thank you. I agree.
You were the deciding vote that brought it to us.
Way before we spent $140,000. How many times publicly did I ask Commissioner Pash?
Listen.
You brought it up, thank goodness.
Court, we're going backwards, and I'm not going to go backwards. We're not going to talk about OpenGov. We already
not. But you
already
want to
know it was a goof up.
You want to identify some areas of bad spending. Thank you for speaking the truth on that. I agree with you, it's over $200,000. So I want to have a $5,000 salmon study, and you point a finger at me on that?
I pointed a finger at you for the OpenGov debacle, sir.
I
You were the
challenge you to
deciding
debate
vote
on
that.
all the spending. Why don't we do that? Because you just said.
We're done.
We're done. This is a healthy discussion that we need to have.
Well, healthy?
Thousands of dollars wasted, and nobody wants to talk about it. You gavel me.
So I think, Court, if I was going to do this audit for $45,000, when I got done, I would say, well, you got to have mandated services, so they stay. All the other mandated services go away.
Unfortunately.
That's basically the way to fix it right now, and not take any money from the road funds, and it probably that probably wouldn't do it. We would get to the point where Josephine County got to a few years ago, that boom, the county's done. If you're not going to take any road funds, you're going to have sheriff, clerk's office, taxation. We wouldn't have any building. We wouldn't have anything. If we don't figure out and quit arguing about audits in the past and everything, and figure out how to get some money coming into the county.
The audit, sir, is so you can figure out how in the world you got
They're going to tell us the same thing that we already know.
How do you know that? We're not even qualified to make that conclusion.
I'm an auditor. I know that's what they would tell us.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you are correct, sir. And right now, I would imagine that most departments are functioning at state minimum mandate. There's very few departments out there who offer more than they're required to by state law. We just can't afford it. We haven't been able to afford it for years. I've been coming to budget meetings for 5 or 6 years now, and a $2 million yearly shortfall is what happened. It's just been our story for years now. I think it was 2018 or 2019 when the governor allowed us to start using road funds to plug the budget gap for use in some aspects of the sheriff's department operations. Thankfully, we've been able to do that. There's only 6 other counties besides us who are allowed to do that. And no, I don't agree with spending road fund money. You don't spend your seed corn, but you also don't starve when you have corn in the bank. So, and that's really where we're at, I think, and it's a sad place to be, and I wish things were different, but for right now, they're not. I'm working towards making them different. I'm trying to come up with something. I'm trying to put together a tax proposal that we can put before this people of this county to try to bring in some more money, but it's not easy work, but I'm trying. And focusing on the past and what people have spent money on in the past.
We'll just make the same mistakes.
Waste is opinion.
The next item of discussion is consumption tax, law enforcement district
I'm going to make
levy.
a motion.
Go ahead.
I have the right to do that, Mr. Chair. I want you to, on record, yay or nay, on this audit. I think I have your opinions and your philosophy on it. So I'm going to make a motion that we, for a third time, hire the Marina Company, or a similar, if we want to put out an RFP, a similar company to go through our system and tell us how in the world we got here. I don't know how I can possibly characterize it any simpler. Thank you. Look, we have...
Rich? But we got a motion on the table.
Yes. So I'll withdraw my motion. I want to hear what he has to say.
You're all right. Absolutely. Marge is right, you're right, and everything. But I think we're talking 2 different things here. We're talking about our yearly audit. Do a good job. But what we're talking to is the next item that's coming up, a tax measure. Everything that we've been talking about for 5 years since I've been here, and it hasn't happened. And I truly believe we should pass this item, and that you should use the road funds that we've saved. We've saved plenty of road funds this year. I think you have the authority to use road funds to do this. And how I look at it is that we've never ever in the last 7 years, put any kind of a budget measure to the public in the last 7 years. And we keep saying, oh, we're going to do this, and we never do it. And this year we're making that headway, and it's exciting. But I think that having an independent review of what that number is, because you know, we all argue, was it 2 million or was it 4 million? Was it 4.7 or 5.8 million? You know what? You're all right, but you're all using different numbers. But we have to use the same numbers. And I believe if we hire this firm, they'll use the numbers that the public, that we could show to the public. You know what? It's not 2 million. It's not 4 million. It's 6 million. Maybe that's what it is. But this last year, we were expecting to get that $2 million to roll over into the general fund that didn't exist. And it's going to be worse next year because the road department in the general fund traditionally had high rollover funds. Those road funders are exhausted. So now you have to go straight into revenue. And then there's not enough money in revenues. Now you got to go straight into the road fund. And to keep the status quo going is that we know the road fund's going to be gone, and we're going to be in the position in Josephine County where we have to get a tax measure. But you know what? Once the road fund's gone, it's gone forever because we have a $3 million a year budget shortfall. We need to do what Lynn County's doing, save their road fund, work together to get a tax measure passed. And I think that if we do this audit, even if it's $100,000, that it was something that we could take to the public when we put in for our tax measure that was an independent review of what our shortfalls really are, that the public would say yes or no. And if they said no, you know what? We cut back. We live within our funding. And if they say yes, they'll support that revenue. And so I think we have to all work together. We all know what the issue is, and we're all right, but we're all picking certain pieces of it. And you have to look, I think this company would bring it all together to help us present it to the community, and then the community could make an informed decision by someone that doesn't have a dog in the fight. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll give CPR, Mr. Chair, to my motion, and that is to hire this company for an independent evaluation, audit, assessment, whatever we want to call it. And yeah, there's my motion. Thank you.
Do I hear a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. But I will bring this up at Monday's meeting with the Budget Committee, and so it doesn't mean it's not a moot issue. So next thing on the agenda is consumption tax versus law enforcement district levy. Commissioner Pash.
Well, this is something that the Budget Committee brought up. We all talked about at length the other day, and I just want to keep continuing this conversation on how we might want to look to do this. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know that we have revenue shortages here. We have a revenue shortage, and we can do one of several things. And the one that the public doesn't want to hear is we're going to raise your property taxes. But we have to do something, because if you look at our budget, which is published online, you will see this is how much money comes in and this is how much money goes out, and we have line by line for each department on what they spend on how much paper they use, how many pens they use, how much payroll they use, everything right down to toilet paper. So you can look and see every department and how they spend their money. And clearly you can see we have a revenue shortage. So we've got limited resources on how we can cover the shortage without using road fund dollars, which I agree are going to run out. And they are, for me, imperative to be able to leverage state and federal money as Richard Christensen does. And I will say he does an excellent job at it. So we have to continue this conversation. I'm sure it will be continued in the Budget Committee meeting. This is a good forum to talk about it for public knowledge. But, you know, this consumption tax, we're still waiting for some information from the state, which I had hoped would be in by now, but as Treasurer Barnes just stated, it is not. But it does look very promising that we can do this. I'm still a little doubtful of the dollar amounts, which Treasurer Barnes and I are going to meet in the next couple of days. We've already talked about it, and look at the different ratios and what and how we're going to do it. But I do want to know that currently we are not looking at taxing anything other than, where is it here? Alcoholic beverages, pot and tobacco, and dining away from home, and entertainment and recreation. All your normal stuff, like the one that came up several years ago, they went too far. They taxed real estate, they taxed your groceries, they taxed everything. We're not looking to do that this time. We're looking to do things that will affect mostly tourism. Yes, people that go out to eat, people that drink are going to have to pay a small tax on those kind of things. But for the most part, the average citizen in Curry County will not be affected. There is another way to look at a revenue source, and these are two ballot measures that they would have to be, and that would be a law enforcement district or levy. Brad Alcorn, the chair of the Budget Committee, said something really interesting the other day at the meeting down in Brookings. He said we need to ask ourselves one question. Do you want a sheriff's department? Do you want law enforcement in this county? Do you want a sheriff's department? And if your answer is yes, when you dial 911, you want somebody to show up, and you need a sheriff's department to protect you in this county for what we're facing, you got to find a way to pay for them. And that's the question that we have to answer. What is the way to pay for them? So you, Mr. Taxpayer, get to make that decision in November, hopefully. Would you rather have a consumption tax that is going to be geared toward tourism, or would you rather have a sheriff's district or levy formed because we have to afford that sheriff's department? And that's just simple mathematics, simple budgeting, and common sense for a municipality in a state, is we have to have a way to protect our citizens, as we're all sworn to do, as everyone that moves to Curry County wants to do. We want to protect our citizens. We want to know that when we put our heads on the bed at night, our kids are going to be protected. When they go to school, if there's an issue, whatever, we can call 911 and somebody's going to show up. And the person that shows up is going to have the equipment to show up, to handle the situation, and he's going to be well trained. So these are the questions that we're going to face in the coming months. And they're going to be hard questions, but the public needs to be aware that we have to fill this revenue shortfall, because if we don't, not only are we going to lose the road fund, not only are we going to use the leverage that the road department has for all of the projects that they do on the local highways that they deal with around here, but we have the possibility of our governor stepping into this county and running it. Because if you lose your county government because you cannot fund the county, the governor's already said she'll step in. So these are the things we have to face, and that's part of the discussion that I just wanted to have briefly here. And if any of you want to make comments on it, that's fine. But these will be addressed again next week in our budget meeting. And I welcome the public to attend and learn more about why we're doing this, because we have to do it.
So, go ahead.
Are you first?
I'll make a comment after you.
Okay. So Commissioner Pash, you just mentioned that the governor said she would take over the county. Do you have a quote or a time or a period there that she made that comment? And I assume you're talking about Governor Brown.
Yes.
The current governor.
It was a discussion that she had on counties, and I don't recall the date or the time, no.
But you're pretty certain of that?
Yes, I'm pretty certain of it.
Was not specific just to Curry County?
No.
Okay. Well, you made it sound like it was specific. This is a political season. You mentioned Brookings City Councilman Alcorn and the comment he made. We don't have any disagreement here. We need to raise revenue, but to say it's only, I'm going to just keep repeating, to say it's only a revenue shortage problem, we don't know that. We do not know that for sure. We don't know every department. We don't know if we have some holes in the ship. So since you brought up Mr. Alcorn, I'm going to bring up Commissioner Rhodes, former Commissioner Rhodes, excuse me, in that he worked with Paul Warner, the Legislative Revenue Office, in 2014 and 13 and 14, I'm pretty sure I have that right. And all the information I sent you, Mr. Barnes, would have had that information included. Mr. Warner's retired now, so I'm not sure who you're working with at the Revenue Office at the Capitol. But George Rose went out on a limb, and that's ultimately why he didn't get reelected, because he was promoting a consumption tax, which 2014 to 2022, you can do the math. It was only $2 million a year. That would have been $14 million. But he stood strong, and he worked extensively on that program, and couldn't get another commissioner to. Excuse me. I'm not sure exactly what the votes were in those days, but the election come up shortly after, and down the road he went. So it was a different program than what I'm hearing you and Mr. Barnes promote, Commissioner Pash, and I'm not saying I'm for or against the vision that I had and I brought before the two previous boards in 17, 18, 19 was what I called the 15-15 plan, and it was number one was for law enforcement, number two is for public health. Number three was repay the road fund reserves, and right on down the line. A certain amount of that was for tourism promotion, so it's all in county records. Couldn't get another vote. Could not even get a vote to get some discussion on it. And I was told, oh, I didn't do anything with it by Mr. Barnes. That's just not true. Just not true. I just couldn't get any help. So where we are now, the reason I've been so almost, sometimes the term my wife uses is dog with a bone on this audit is because the chances of us passing any kind of tax levy, law enforcement district or levy, whatever, with what Mr. Cecil said today, to whatever level that is true, that we have no credibility with the public anymore. This is why, because it gives the appearance that this board, me excluded, is hiding something or just doesn't want to dig into the really deep, dark area. If there are any dark areas, I'm not saying that. I don't know. Nobody knows as far as I can tell and what I've promoted. So we're not going to get anything passed. If it's a reasonable consumption tax, consumption is a key word, and we can talk about that more at budget or whenever, what my opinion and what the rationale is behind that and what the clear definition is. On a consumption tax is basically you consume, everybody pays a certain amount. Everybody. And if you don't consume, you get off free. And if you only have $2 to your name, you're only going to pay 4 cents on a 2% tax, whatever the math is there. So my big concern is that we're talking about going forward with the public to raise revenue, and I think the odds are not good. And I'm trying to figure a way and help this board understand, through my opinion, how we improve those odds so that the public does trust us. We don't know what this audit would have determined. So that's all I have. Thank you on that. And again, I just wanted to give a little bit of a shout to former Commissioner Rhodes. He worked very hard on that, and he's still a very good resource, by the way. Very knowledgeable on that.
Okay, my addition to this is consumption tax or law enforcement district, one or the other, or some other form of thing. We gotta ask the voters to what they want. We have 3 cities. We have 3 separate city police forces. So you look at 7,000 people in the city of Brookings. City limits, 7,000 in Gold Beach, 1,000 in Port Orford, 9,000. Pardon me? Yeah. So let's say 9,000 people. The majority of people in Curry County do not live in those incorporated cities. So their lives are entrusted to our sheriff's department. So in my mind, it's simple. We have to have a sheriff's department, and yeah, there's those folks out there that probably say, I'm good, and I know some of them, and when, if somebody invades us, that's where I'm going, because they have all the guns and the ammunition in the world, but that's not the norm. That's not the majority. The majority of people living outside of the city limits of our cities need the sheriff's department, and we, as a 3-member board and as the county sheriff's department, we've got to figure out a way to figure out a way to make money to support our sheriff's department and even grow it. And to the point where when it's 2 o'clock in the morning, that there's more than just one deputy out there. So, whatever we decide, and and I don't think we can get it on this ballot, but ask the voters what would they support, and to what extent, because we've seen the consequences of not supporting that with our brother county, sister county, Josephine County. But I don't want to go there, and that's just not, in my mind, a viable option. So, supporting one of these options is going to be it, and then getting us all on board as a team to buy into it, and door to door or whatever. I do not believe, in my mind and heart, that the citizens of Curry County do not trust us. I mean, you grew up here, I grew up here, you've been here a long time. I'm still I'm still the UPS guy. I'm just old. And they don't trust us? And we're trying to hide something in the county of Curry that we're
I have people come up to me all the time, same thing.
At least they're not coming up to me and said, John, I don't trust you. Yes, I heard from a gentleman today who doesn't trust us. Jesus loves you, Brett. Me? It's 12 o'clock. I'm ready to take a break. Everybody else ready?
So, I wasn't looking to make a motion on that. I'm just keeping the conversation going.
Yep.
I forgot to talk to you about this morning, but at 1 o'clock we had a scheduled executive session for a special purpose.
Okay.
So I was hoping when we come back at 1, we could go into executive session. It should just be 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. So we're going to take a break right now. Yeah. Nope, can't.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe, They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the Tourism Studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire, prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. The first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season, to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the Fire Chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart, because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care and stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and rested the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I prayed that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers, because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches and oceanfront promenade. and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neocani Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset, while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
Hi there, I'm Patrick Priest, Executive Director at CIS. And I really enjoy coming every year to this conference because CIS, we are all about counties. We are owned by counties. We were formed by the AOC. This is a great occasion for us to meet everybody in one place and learn what's important to the counties all across Oregon.
It's the networking. I mean, we learn a lot about the different issues that counties deal with, but it's networking with other commissioners, getting ideas on how they handle situations that is the most helpful for me.
I love my job. It actually matters to me on a daily basis. I used to do a lot of charity, and, you know, in commissioning in Deschutes County, you can make a serious difference. Lots of things have happened since I've been in office, and I feel like it's important to represent the people. I grew up in Eastern Oregon, and I love the residents of Eastern Oregon. The architect of our first house actually had Doris Day as a dear friend and a client, and he would bring Doris Day up the mountains in Malibu to our house as it was being built.
This is my 4th conference at AOC. My favorite part is the fellowship with other commissioners and coming up with solutions with common situations and with commissioners from around the state to best serve our people. My favorite part about being a commissioner in Josephine County is the people that we work with. We live in the most beautiful place, but we have the most beautiful people. They are talented, artistic, caring. We have such a high level of philanthropy and just caring for our fellow citizens, and it's the best place in all of Oregon.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Martha Schrader from Clackamas County, Oregon. I'm the current president of the Association of Oregon Counties. Oh my goodness, I've been president for 1 year, but I've been a member of the Association of Oregon Counties since 2003. So one of the reasons I really wanted to be president, and I've enjoyed it so much, is because I get to know everybody across the state, all the commissioners, and I've been from one end of the state to the other, visiting with them, talking with them, and really getting an idea of how we differ, but more importantly, what our similarities are and what we can do with one another to move forward with good county government.
I've been coming to AOC now for 4 years. My favorite part of serving as commissioner is trying to bring positive effects for our community and our county.
This is my second year at AOC, and the camaraderie that I've found in my Eastern Oregon partners and just the camaraderie of AOC has really blessed my life.
My name is Court Boyce, Curry County Commissioner. This is a collection of people, county commissioners, public officials, well attended from all over the state. You know, I have the privilege of working with a very diverse group of people, different ages, different backgrounds, different interests, but they're all teaming up to solve the problems of our county. And it's just really a pleasure to be able to be connected with and working with those people. And better days, good days ahead for our county and our citizens.
Hi, I'm Joe Dobulskis. This is my third AOC convention, and my favorite part is the networking with the people. And the breakout sessions are kind of good because it gives me something to focus on, a goal where I want the county to be in 5 years when my term is up.
Hi, I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. Our county college class was probably was the best county college class ever at AOC. It was the largest at over 33 members. When you look at the legislature and the power that the major metropolitan areas have, the rural counties are oftentimes left out of those conversations. AOC really does a terrific job of representing rural counties and rural interests, and we wouldn't have the impact that we do in Oregon without AOC.
My name is Joe Burney, Lane County Commissioner from Springfield. My favorite part is eating good food. My second favorite part is meeting with other commissioners, seeing what they're thinking, comparing solutions to problems, learning how nonpartisan solutions really are, and getting ideas.
Yes. Hi, my name is Derek DeGroot, Klamath County Commissioner, and so I'm running for second vice president of the Association of Oregon Counties. I believe that our association is perfectly poised to solve problems and bring solutions to Oregon politics and communicate with the legislature about the diversity of Oregon.
I'm Jay Bozovich, and I'm a Lane County Commissioner. And so I've been a commissioner for about 8 years and 11 months. And my favorite part about being a commissioner is this job is different every day.
Hi, my name is Alex Tardif, and I'm a commissioner for Columbia County and currently serving as AOC treasurer in my second year. And the thing I enjoy most about AOC and being the treasurer is the ability to bring 36 counties together to build a state vision, to move our state forward into the future while building a livable, workable community that we all want to enjoy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first step at this posted speed limit of.
All youth are Harley Bills and are seeing more than who share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every state of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Well, we're here with Commissioner Colleen Roberts for the monthly meeting of the ONC, for which Colleen sits on. Colleen, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your mission and what you guys discuss at these monthly meetings?
Sure. Well, our ONC board is of the 18 counties in Oregon that are part of the ONC lands on their BLM federal lands. And we discuss everything about these lands. The ONC Act of 1937 is our primary focus. How the decisions that these lands get managed, do they match up with the congressional mandate of the ONC Act, and how we can better educate and help administer the care of these lands for the health and safety and welfare of the citizens that we represent.
I would imagine you discuss things like how many board feet can be taken out of the forest in different areas. Are these things that come up each month?
Yes, well, harvest timber management is a big part of our conversation, as is lately the fire issues.
We're here today with Commissioner Dan DeYoung of Josephine County. Dan, you have an important role on the ONC Lands Board, and we're here in beautiful Gold Beach, Oregon, discussing the monthly matters of ONC. What was your main focus at this meeting?
Today we had a really good sit down with two representatives from the BLM. And we work with BLM because actually the ONC lands are on BLM lands, and that's our concern. Mainly the ONC Board of Directors, which is a membership from all 18 counties. We always meet, I think it's bi-monthly, and then we have an annual meeting. And it's basically to discuss what the sign says, forest health, jobs, and county services. That the money coming from the sale of timber on ONC lands goes through the federal government. They take their share out of it and then return it back to the counties to be used for basically jobs, county services. A lot of county services, such as law enforcement, schools. There's just an awful lot of things that these individual counties can use the money for. But it's from the sale of timber on the ONC lands. ONC lands goes way back to 1937 with the ONC 1937 ONC Congressional Act and the ONC Act of 1937. We're just trying to get back to the actual verbiage and the language that's in that act. It's surprising to us how we can ignore a congressional act. That remains to be answered by the federal government. But that's what we want to get back to.
Hi there. I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. I'm a member of the ONC Board and also the chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. And in Tillamook County, it's very important that we consider natural resource-based economies. So in Tillamook County, we have lots of dairy. I'm sure you're familiar with Tillamook Creamery, but also lots of state and federal timberlands. When it comes to federal timberlands in particular, everyone thinks that we're looking at timber revenue, and that's very important. But one side of the coin that people don't consider are the family wage jobs that come with all timber. It's not just the timber receipts that we get. These are family wage jobs. These are fully benefited jobs. Whereas on the tourism side, the income is about a third of what we would consider a family wage job, and there are also no benefits with those. So timber receipts are very important, but it's the family wage jobs that they create at the same time, which are very important to counties like Tillamook.
Perfect. Keeping it real for families in Tillamook County.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are here with County Commissioner Bob Main from Coos County, Oregon. And we've had the monthly meeting of ONC Lands here. And Mr. Main, Commissioner Main, I should say, tell us what your role is, Bob, on the ONC Lands Board.
I am the Vice President of the ONC Association of Oregon Sea Counties.
Okay.
Consists of 18 ONC counties, Western Oregon counties.
Okay.
And we make sure that the counties receive their payments from those ONC lands that Congress designated for the sole purpose of those 18 ONC counties. For no other reason, Congress decided that when they took back the lands and took them off the tax roll, that the county should benefit from the harvest of those lands. Without that, the tax rates, like in my county, would be 2 to 3 times higher.
Oh, okay. So you help keep the tax rates down in your county by utilizing the full function of this congressional
Absolutely.
act. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are here with Oregon Curry County Commissioner Court Boyce. Thank you so much for taking a moment to speak with us.
Well, thank you. With the natural resource base that this state has, I've spent spending better than half of my time as a county commissioner on those issues: fire management, public lands management, certainly natural resources, all of those. And so I'm often reminded that 250 years ago, the generations that came before us when they got here to Oregon, include Northern California, they found the greatest forest in all of North America, that produce the greatest watersheds, that produce the most pristine rivers, that give us the most, the highest quality of salmon and steelhead runs, arguably on the planet.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
My name is Judy Miles, and I'm the program director for Ready, Set, Learn. Ready, Set, Learn is a program that Carol Hackerl and I developed several years ago, coming from a site council meeting at our local school district. We were problem solving, something we could do to just help students have a better transition into the school system from the community and from their preschool classrooms. So Ready, Set, Learn was developed, and the focus of it is for children to just have an opportunity to come to the place that they'll be going to school and get comfortable with the setting. They get to have lunch and breakfast in the cafeteria and see how it works and how food is going to occur in their school. They also get to see the classrooms and meet some of the staff that they'll be seeing at the school when they start kindergarten in the fall. We provide transportation for them so that the students who live a further distance away still have access to the program and can still come and attend, and they also get to ride the school bus and find out what that is like when they're going to start school the following fall.
I'm Carol Hackerl, and I've worked with the Ready, Set, Learn program for 4 years. I started it with Judy Miles in response to recognizing that a lot of kids come into kindergarten without a whole lot of familiarity with what the K-12 school is like. We came up with the idea for this program and worked with the superintendent at that time to build something that was available to the community at no charge, to come in, have a chance to practice school skills, get familiar with school staff and school routines, keep the chance to keep learning over the summer and get ready so that when you come into school, you are comfortable and familiar and happy with your surroundings and the teachers and the chance to learn. We're open to any child in the grades that we serve, which right now is K through 3, and we have a lot of children coming from Bandon as well as from the local community. During the Ready, Set, Learn program, kids come in and we start the day with a breakfast, free breakfast. And then they come into the classroom and spend a little time together as a community and during circle time. And then they rotate through a series of activities which are all designed to be fun and engaging for them and to help them get some learning, solidify some learning that will give them a leg up on the next school year.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one who needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool used in the right places at the right time by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires in the mid-20th century, state, county government, private companies, and even school children worked together to restore and replant over 500 square miles of burned-over landscape. As a result of those efforts, today we have prime fish and wildlife habitat for salmon, trout, elk, and owls, plus camping, hiking and biking trails, healthy growing forests that gather and store carbon, and sustainable timber harvest that supports local economies, funds schools and local governments, and supports thousands of family wage jobs across the region. Without the vision of those state and local leaders just a few decades ago, very little, if any of this, would be possible today. Nearly every year for the past 20 years, we have watched millions of acres of our public forests burned by megafires. We spent hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars fighting them. Yet when the fire is out, a mere fraction of the killed trees and lost value is ever recovered, with little or no effort to restore the burned landscape. What can you do? Contact your elected federal, state, and local officials. Tell them these federal lands and once treasured forests are too valuable to simply walk away. Future generations are depending upon you to take action. For more information, visit us on Facebook at Communities for Healthy Forests.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire. Prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. The first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the fire chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned, as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land, so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart, because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care of it, stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and blessed the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I prayed that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers, because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns, and as a result, offers a sandy beach that is 7
You're on.
All right, welcome back. We are in 6G, changing from 3 commissioners to 5. Commissioner Pash.
Yeah, this is something that we talked about the last meeting, and Mr. Chair, you asked me to bring you back some hard numbers on what it would cost if we wanted to let the public make that decision. And so I talked to the clerk's office, and I was told that the fees would be negligible. And I said, would you please try and quantify negligible? And I was told between $100 and $200.
Okay.
You know, we always talk about how many counties don't have 5 commissioners. And we also talk about Curry County leading the way. And this is a very successful form of government. And again, I just, that they have 3 full-time commissioners, everything stays the same. And to have 2 more part-time commissioners that are just paid a very small stipend to have an equal vote on this board would allow this board to do so much more work. To be able to meet 2 of us together and plan things, to get things moving along, to designate responsibilities for each other. I would like to see the public get a chance to vote on. Our county has changed so much in the last 10 or 15 years, and our budget committee has proven that. And I would just like to see the people of this county for a couple $100. I'll put the $200 up. Just put it on the question on a ballot to let the county decide if they want to have 3 full-times only or to have 3 full-times and 2 part-times.
And that would go on the November ballot.
Yes, sir. And hopefully we're going to have another question on there about the consumption thing, but
yeah.
So we are going to have a full ballot anyways.
So, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Commissioner Pash, you referenced other counties. Have you been able to research that yet? That have 5 commissioners and...
No, I haven't. I'm saying you've made it well known that there are very few. I think there's only a couple, actually.
And there's a reason. Okay, and you know, of course, the first concern I have is back to the county administrator, and you know my opinion on the disasters and the cost that was, thousands of dollars, and I would be glad to talk about that because I opposed it all. So, just confirming that in your vision of this and other people you've talked to, that you believe that we would not need a county administrator or director of operations.
No, neither one.
Okay.
The commissioners would still run everything as they are now.
And so we would be somewhat dependent on our staff, similar to what we are now.
Yes.
I think that was it, except for if you wanted to research those other counties, I think that might be good. I think Clatsop County has that, but I think they are all, it's more like a city council. And I know a couple of commissioners there reasonably well, and I could do my own research. And this does not change the general law, you know, as Curry County being political subdivision of the state.
Nothing. It changes.
Would it be would you have apprehension that it might turn into that at some point?
That would not be my hope.
Okay. Would it elect a different commissioner specifically running for, you know, the counties that have, the smaller counties that have a judge, that is the lead commissioner. Sometimes they don't like to be called the lead commissioners, but they are called the judge. And that was my grandfather and they did away with that system, I think, in the late 50s. But, and that, he or she, that lead commissioner or that judge they are the 60-hour per week people, and they're here and they take a lot of responsibility. They have a tremendous burden and accountability to the other commissioners, the other 2 commissioners. But that actually becomes an elected position. So that is something for the board to look into and possibly work out. Right now, I would oppose it because you know, with some reasonable research or some reasonable open-mindedness to looking at this, but the reason I would oppose it is because I've always maintained since the first day I got here, full-time, very active, long-term commissioners, and that is what everybody promised, except for Tom Huxley, of all the board members I've worked with, that's what everybody promised. And so we have to be held accountable to that. And then that gets back to our record and how we voted, our policy, our philosophies, our spending, all the rest of it. So, you know, I wouldn't completely rule it out, but there's some things that might leave some open doors that would make me a little bit reluctant. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Anthony, do you have anything that you would like to?
No, I've looked into it because there is that question: is this home rule? Is it? And it's not.
Charter.
There's in the statutes it does say that, you know, the county will have 3 commissioners unless it's changed by charter or ordinance. So, you know, bumping up to 5 commissioners, I don't think that would be home rule, and I think it would be legal if that's what the voters decided.
How would it happen again? So that
you'd have 3 full-time commissioners as they are now.
Yep.
One of those 3 commissioners would sit as the board chair and the vice chair. The 2 part-time commissioners would have, again, small stipend, and they would have an equal vote in the things that happen. But they would be just like I said. If they want to work 3 days a week, they can. But it would open up so much more to the county. To, gosh, you and I could sit in an office and actually sit with planning and sit and work these things out. Okay, John, you go take care of this. I mean, and we can actually do that in the same room, and it all becomes legal. Plus, you've got 2 more. How many people in this county might we find that would like to have more involvement in the decisions of the county, but they don't have the time? And to be able to come up here and work a day or 2 a week and attend the meetings, and they would be elected as well. So that would have to be the same thing. We'd have one that is on the 1 seat timetable, and one that would be on the seat 2 and 3 timetable. So you'd be electing 2 commissioners in one election cycle and 3 on the next election cycle. But that's for the clerk and all I'm worried about. So she would set that all up. But yeah, they would have.
I'm not sold on it because it's not what I've grown up with and signed up for. And
we are a democracy, though.
Yeah.
Let the people speak. For 200.
Well, they have.
We were all elected, and they expect us to.
They've said we don't want home rule.
It's your guys' call. I've said my piece. My vote would be yes.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Council Pope, AKA Bach office manager. What kind of pressure, well, pressure's not the right word, but added responsibility to Bach office staff? Put your earmuffs on there, Staff Jesuit. No, just wondering, you know, I'm just looking long-term how to structure that, and, you know, not a negative or positive approach, but just a general, you know, looking over what that would mean to our staff and how we could turn that to our advantage to be more productive than we are now.
I guess it's really hard to really figure out without knowing, you know, who was elected. I think it would kind of vary, the workload depending on what they were requesting. We would obviously have more work to do. There'd be, you know, 2 more commissioners to help with, you know, the administrative and with the legal problems. I mean, obviously at that point, yeah, we'd probably want to try to add a staff member or somebody to help out, but it's really hard to sit here today and try to figure out exactly, you know, what that additional workload would be, especially if those 2 commissioners were part-time, if they weren't here all the time. So I wish I had a better answer for you, but.
Would they do any liaisoning?
Yes.
Yeah? But not as much.
If they're not
you can divide them all up 5. You can divide them up 5 ways.
If they weren't here full time, I see a little bit of a yellow blinking light there, Mr. Chair, because although that could be structured on, I think I heard somebody mention that 1 from each of the 3 areas of the county and then 2 at large. Is that what we discussed? Or I heard discussed, excuse me.
I didn't discuss that.
Yeah. I think it's got to be countywide.
The people file for elections and the county elects them.
Yeah.
So if they're going to be liaisons, though, they need to be here because things happen, you know, minute by minute. So that.
How about not liaison, but how about like the Board of Property Tax? That's a scheduled thing for a week or so. You know, a lot of the other things that we're involved in, the airports of South County, those kind of things they could be involved in and report back to the board on those, you know, those kind of things. So maybe not an actual liaison situation, but what are they called? The others that we do. Like Lipsick, like SWACT, all that stuff.
I think we would need to spell out for the public exactly what our salaries are and what the stipend would be, and that should be...
Well, that would be on the ballot question, absolutely.
Okay, that's where I was going, so, okay. Well, I don't really want to move on it today, but if we do decide, Mr. Chair, that we want to get it on the November ballot, then, you know, I'm not trying to delay here, but I learned a lot today. So
I know that in. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all. Thank you.
I know that in January we'll either have somebody for this or not, and that'll be one thing.
So that what I'm hearing you say, then that might be a delay.
Yeah.
For 2024. I think that's where this is.
Well, you'd have to have 2 years for the next election after that, though.
Yeah.
So it'd be 3 years.
You know what I'm saying, though.
I know what you're saying.
So it'll either be an issue or it won't be. You know, it'll be on the agenda or it won't be.
But no matter what, it would be the constituents of the people that just voted that person in. That's what they voted for.
Yeah. And that'll be a sign right there.
Like I say, I learned a lot, so that's a good point to as far as the beginning of the 2023 year. So yeah, I think we've got it 2 o'clock, and I wonder if we could just have a 2-minute break.
Well, we got a.
I say we had a Droid contract was moved to
Question.
H.
We're going to have to do that after the, or no, maybe we can delay the workshop?
I think so.
Just us.
Yeah, it should be pretty quick too.
I don't think it's going to be quick.
So I won't make a motion on that then, or what? Or
You
you're gonna
can.
make a motion and then you guys kill it? I'll make a motion that we put a question on the ballot in November to change the basic structure of the county commissioners from 3 to 5, with the particulars of that being worked out between this board at a later date.
Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. I'm not sold on that concept yet. So, adroit.
Let me get my stuff here.
Okay, I just want the public to know.
Right. They do, all 12 of them.
And I ain't even running for election.
What do you want the public to know?
Nothing. I was making a funny, I thought.
Okay, so here we go, guys. This is progressing. One of the people that I've worked with, ORW, has got some not so good news. I don't want to reveal publicly, but hit pretty hard just about 2 hours just before lunch, and my heart goes out. Just hoping and praying that all will be okay there. And it's just been one of the people of this organization. Just been absolutely wonderful to work with. I did get a memo from Director Rickert, Finance Director Rickert, on the county being reimbursed. So I'd like to. There's two or three decisions we need to make on this today. Any of you can interrupt and fill in the gaps here, but basically it's to reimburse $91,000, and I was also provided a printout of those expenditures.
I think we all got those.
Did you get it?
Yeah, and I read through.
So, and that qualifies under the $3 million that we worked very hard on to get the planning, and so there's no reason we can't bill there. We've also, I felt like the amount that the ORW has billed us in terms of the invoicing for their planning work has been quite reasonable as well. Regardless which direction we go on the jail, courthouse, new county offices, etc., they're with us all the way. If we choose to hire them, if this board chooses to hire them, essentially as project managers or a project manager. So what I want to do here is read the March 28th letter, and it's fairly lengthy, but it outlines the decisions we have to make and the time frame. And so interrupt me anytime you have questions. I'll go fairly fast, and I think it'll make a lot of sense as I go through. So it's addressed to me March 28th. Greetings, Commissioner Boyce. State funding process and previous approvals. Curry County's need for a new courthouse was deemed a priority by the state and the Association of Oregon Counties. AOC, Because of this, the state allocated approximately $3 million to planning funds, which are use it or lose it. That's always a scary term. But we're not in any danger, right? Certainly not for another year. We're still high on the priority list. So, within a certain time frame, these funds must be spent by June 30th, 2023, or the county must ask the state for an extension. That's fairly easy and very likely to be approved. If granted, the extension would allow the funds to be spent or obligated until December 31st, 2024. Planning funds are reimbursed from the state to the county and pay up to 50% of planning efforts to court-specific spaces, such as courts, jury assembly, judge chambers, and court administrator office, and more. This is, by the way, from Dana Crawford, who we've been working with. I don't want to miss this part. With court-specific spaces comprising approximately 20 to 25% of the project. If proceeding with the current consolidated project, the state would reimburse the county for approximately 10 to 12.5% of planning costs. Originally, Commissioner Pash, I think we were hearing more like the 20 to 25% range. Maybe that was wishful thinking, I don't know. But I was surprised to see, and of course that is dependent on how much of the new courthouse annex county office space that we actually lease out to. Lease is not really the right term, but it gives you an idea, at least to different state agencies. State deadline, here's in bold print, state deadline for project update. The Oregon Judicial Department, OJD, requires a project update from the county by late April 2022. That's why there's a little bit of intensity for us today. The project update must answer, and Council Pope, you can intervene here, interrupt any time. Update must answer the following three questions, which we talked about a month ago when Jeff Bender from ORW gave the update. Those three questions are: does the current courthouse have health or safety concerns that need to be addressed? I think we know the answer to that one. Number two, does a proposed project include space for other state agencies? That's a must for us to pull this off, whether we repair or go all out new. I don't have a recommendation either way right now. I'm just trying to follow through with the process and make sure I'm doing my homework. Number three, is it less expensive to build a new courthouse or update the existing courthouse? So that's, okay, let me keep going here. We are confident the answer to the first two questions will be yes. The third question must be answered by someone in the design and or construction field, but does not need to be an extensive effort. To answer this question efficiently and most effectively, we recommend the county work with Adroit Construction. Now, they're not pushing one company over others, but they just have a background and a working relationship with Adroit that, and we're familiar with this company. I know you are. Yeah. To answer this question, Adroit Construction, a reputable Southern Oregon general contractor familiar with public work, courthouses, and public safety projects. To meet the OJD's April deadline, the county needs to authorize Adroit's work to begin as soon as possible. Ideally by April, and I don't sense a push there. I sense a willingness to try and help us cover our bases. I could be wrong about that, but I think we have a lot of respect again for this company. ORW will collaborate with Adroit on the project update. Keep in mind, this letter was written in March, late March. On the project update, and ORW will bill time on the hourly basis, which they've been doing. And I think Council Pope's been following that closely. Construction funding. As part of the project update, so we're over halfway through here, the county will need to declare which biennium it will request construction funding in and what bonding capacity the state needs to reserve for this project. Relative to timing, bullet points here, if the state requests funding for the 2023-2025 biennium in the spring of 2023, the state will confirm funds will be available and issue the funds in the spring of 2025. Next, if the county requests funding for the 2025-27 biennium in the spring of 2025, the state will confirm whether funds will be available and issue the funds in the spring of 27. Abbreviating a little bit there. Once the biennium has been declared to the OJD, that's a pretty important line. Once the biennium has been declared to the OJD, the county will have opportunities to postpone if needed. That's pretty important. If the county wishes to postpone to a future biennium, the county needs to request a postponement and the expenditure must be reapproved by the legislature. According to OJD, it is possible the legislature would not reauthorize the bonds. But once a project has been deemed a priority, the legislation is inclined to approve the delay in a future biennium. And we are on that priority list. We just have to make sure we stay on there. That will be a joint effort between the three of us and staff. Final bullet point here. Similar to reimbursement for planning costs, the state will pay up to 50% of construction costs for court-specific spaces only.
50%.
Yeah, let me take the liberty of reading that again, Mr. Chair. Similar to reimbursement for planning costs, the state will pay up to 50% of construction costs for court-specific spaces only. Keyword only. The current total project cost is estimated to be approximately $100 million. I'm saying $90 million. I think that's valid. Maybe that's not so. Never mind. I'm sorry. And approximately 20 to 25% are court-specific spaces. So we're gaining a little bit there. But that's up to us to pull the state in, the different departments, as much as possible. And we've talked about even pulling the state police in. That means the state would pay half of the court-specific project costs, up to 10 to 12.5 million, and the county would pay the remaining amount of 87.5 or 90 million. Last paragraph. Commission work in April to provide a project update to the OJD in late April. We will pose the following questions at the April 6th work session, which they did, and will need answers at the April 20th Commission meeting. In which biennium does the county wish to request construction funding? Number two, does the county want to continue with the current consolidated project, which is approximately 155,000 square feet and cost modeled at approximately 100 million? Is the county prepared to pay for most of the project? Oh, yeah, that's it. Not to be pessimistic, but I think we all want to be real here. If downscaling the current project, what functions should be included in a new courthouse and studied in the next phase of design? For example, court and state functions only, court, state, jail, or a different combination of spaces. Please let us know if you have, et cetera, et cetera. So, board, we want to hire a Adroit, I assume, and that's been a bit of. Did you want to interject, Council Pope? I mean, I'm kind of hogging the microphone here, and I hope we're going in the right direction, and everybody understands the decisions we need to make. So, do we want to hire a Adroit? Do we want to ask the OJD through AOC for an extension on the late April? Because we're not going to get a Adroit over here now, and that's no one's fault. I mean, we're not going to get them over here immediately. No. I think they'll work with us every chance they, opportunity they can. But those are the two main things we want to determine today, and then that in our next meeting that would transition into, when do we want to do the funding? And what year do we want to do that? And obviously, I want to buy. Huh?
You're going to have to push that out.
And that buys us some time, which I think is totally legit, and we can be very, very upfront about that. It's not like we haven't been working on this.
Adroit will determine whether we tear that building down or we fix it, or we.
That would be the recommendation, and that's based on a one-day visit. And so that's another place we need.
Because I can tell you what we need to do on that.
Well, we know there's some rather serious plumbing issues.
Well, there's foundation issues.
There's foundation. There's ADA issues. There are so many issues.
I bet you we had a 5.0 earthquake here or higher, that thing would probably crack apart.
There's people who will not get in that elevator. The other day I got in it, and we were talking. I was talking to, it was Chet and I and Charles, and he pressed the button, and we talked for minutes before it did anything. And it's like, I'm looking at these two. Well, maybe they can get us out of here. Got two maintenance guys.
But see, it may not cost $100 million to fix up the plumbing, the elevator, and the foundation. So
well, the $100 million is for the whole thing, though. Just the courthouse part of it, that would probably only be $20 or $25 million. So because the jail's going to be the expense.
Yeah,
I totally agree. So where do we go here? I mean, it's I'm not ready to pursue aggressively a bond or a commitment to new construction. I mean, I just think it's it's just not doable right now. But if we had time, the economy could change. There's a lot of different, we might get philanthropic,
one of those people.
donations. We might get a consumption tax that is going to be able to produce more than what we initially estimated. There's just a lot of different things that can happen. So, but it sounds to me like this board is in general agreement that we want to buy some time, learn all we can, get adroit here, and see what our options are with repairs. And I'm not recommending that we're going to repair as opposed to build new, or we may do some combination between the two. And I think that's where ORW comes in and could help us guide us through that program, or those programs, different options.
Okay, so the first thing I would like to see is, a motion to proceed with the $91,095 to out of that $3 million
Yes.
to pay ORW, to pay us back for what we paid out of ORW to ORW. So
Is that a motion? Or you want me to make a motion?
yeah, you can make it.
Board, I make the motion that we pursue the reimbursement to the county for the 90+ thousand that we've already extended on the various portions of this planning for the new jail, courthouse, etc.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other question, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes.
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 Motion carries 3-0. So that's done. The next thing would be to hire adroit.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think we might want to, it may not matter, but I think it might be better to, through AOC, contact OJD and the state courts and just say, we're going to be ready by the end of May, but we need that extension beyond the end of April.
Okay.
And here's what we've spent. We've had 2 good meetings on this just in the last 30 days, so I think that will tell them that we're not on our heels and being complacent.
Okay.
So I think you might want to look at a motion on that if I'm reading it right.
Well, or do we just need a head nod?
I don't think you need a motion on that.
I would rather have a motion only in that, this is what the board solidly approved, goes to OJD. I mean, these are high-tech people, and so they're watching close. And
then make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we, through AOC ask for an extension for 30 days to get the report to them that is due, that they've asked for and anticipated through the end of April. 30-day extension.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
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 Motion carries 3-0.
Then you want to talk about adroit again, and I think that's is there any other decisions beyond that we should be considering today? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so as well.
So that's Tom Walker. Spent some time with him on the phone. I'm going to assume that he is going to be available and can get over here pretty much at a moment's notice. We're going to need, I already mentioned the experienced people will need to take him through the system there.
Okay.
Primarily the jail, but it's going to be a full day for him, and that's $5,000.
Can that come out of the $3 million too?
Yes.
So do we need a motion on that one?
No, that's within spending limits of the office.
Okay. All right.
So you want a motion, you say?
No, don't need it.
Just notify them that it's done.
No, again, I'm not sure why we're a little hesitant to.
Well, fine. Make a motion.
Yeah, I think that's for the record. I think that's important. I might be overstating it or
no, go ahead.
it, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to make a motion that we hire Adroit Construction to do their analysis of our entire facilities condition, and primary goal is to determine if it can be repaired and what cost that would be in comparison to a new facility. I know I'm making long motions,
That's
but
okay.
I want to make sure we all understand and we're in agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. I just had, so all facilities or just the courthouse?
Well, excuse me, when I say all facilities, I'm saying the 3, the county offices, the courthouse, and the jail.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All-
And I should specify.
Yep. All in favor say yes.
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 Motion carries 3-0.
I think that's all I have unless you have some, Council Poe. JJ, do you have anything?
Okay.
Sure. Clerk here, maybe she has a question.
About that?
Renee Colon, County Clerk. I just wanted to talk about the previous item that you were talking about as far as putting a measure on the ballot.
3 to 5?
Changing the status of the Board of Commissioners. I don't know, I didn't catch where you ended up with that, but hopefully that County Council will work with me on the authority on what can be placed on the ballot and how that gets placed on the ballot. That's all.
We put it off for now anyway, so.
Just gather more research on whether or not what kind of authority we have to change the status of the Board of Commissioners from 3 to 5 without going home rule. So I just want to have an opportunity to talk with Anthony, County Council.
So if I may, you said what we can do. Do you mean the county?
I would like to research the idea of changing a 3 to 5 with 2 part-time and how that would work and where the authority is in the statute to do that.
So we
With County Council.
If you don't mind for just a few minutes staying here, we had that discussion, and basically Commissioner Pash is of the opinion, and he may very well be right, that this would not change to home rule. And that was a big one.
Well, that's what County Council said. He's read through it, and he thought we would not be breaking any laws, that it would be us up to the board to do that, the voters.
And I did reach out to some of my fellow county councils, and they were of the same opinion. I'm not going to say that's 100% definite.
Okay.
But it's because it's something that's not done often, so there's no case law. There's not a lot of precedent. We can't look and say, oh, they did it, or it got rejected because somebody did it. But as I read, and I can pull up the statutes, the statute says that there's to be 3 commissioners unless changed by a charter or ordinance. To me, that makes it sound like you could either go the home rule way and do it, or you could do it by an ordinance.
So I'll just meet with County
Yeah,
Council.
we can talk
go
about
over
it.
that just to make sure that we've researched
Covered our
that.
bases.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we are to commissioner updates. Commissioner Pash is first.
Well, I'm just going to take a few minutes and talk about budgets and that devilish word, special districts again. Because as we can see, here's the 4-H budget that we got today.
Yep.
And what do you see on the bottom of the 4-H budget? You see reserve expenditures for future expenditures, $300,000 they put aside, and unallocated ending balance, $634,000. So we're at basically $934,000. And these are things that, again, reassessing special districts would do, is they would find that right now they are only using, if I read their budget properly, about $260,000 a year, and they are collecting over $300,000. So that's
incrementally
20% more than they actually need, and I applaud them for spending carefully. But all I'm saying, I'm not picking on 4-H. I'm just showing another example of why special districts need to be reassessed. And the reason I bring this up is because, again, I keep mentioning that Kennedy had set aside a committee back in the 60s to decide what would be bringing down what would be the financial reason for bringing down the United States. And this committee came back and said their number one reason was special districts. I don't know if you've been watching the news for the last couple of days, but Governor DeSantis of Florida has gone to his state legislature and asked them to dissolve all the special districts of Florida completely, not county by county, but to ask the state to statewide dissolve all special districts, and then they would have to come back and redo the districts that they want to approve. There are, since that conversation, there are, from what I understand, 4 other states that are looking to do that exact same thing. So special districts are things that we need to look at.
Was Oregon one of them?
No. I applaud again Tyson Krieger for his work. I actually spoke to the fire chief of Harbor the other day and asked him if he had been approached about this the fire districts in the county, taking them from, I believe it is 12 down to 3. And he said he had been approached about it, but they hadn't had any further comment lately. But he said, I don't want to misquote him, he said in general he would support it. But he had some questions still. So just letting the public know that I've been told that you can't do this. It'll never happen. It will happen if the public decides to say, you know what, I want to know where my tax dollars go every year and why a fire district has $1,200,000 sitting in the bank when that money could be to fund my sheriff's department rather than to raise my property taxes. So these are things that I will continue to look into even after I'm out of office, and I will beat that drum until hopefully we can consolidate special districts in this county and form a law enforcement district down the road that for all first responders that will fund our sheriff's department in perpetuity. That's all I have.
Very good. Well, I didn't even look. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the other day we had an exchange when you were on the phone. It was a budget committee meeting, and you know, I've talked to so many people in AOC and other commissioners about county council advice, and I made the comment that, yeah, 80% of the time I would follow county council's advice. That doesn't matter if it's Pope or Huddle or Herbage. Commissioner Herzog, you mentioned, I can't imagine never not following county council's advice. If it was a legal deal, that's probably mostly true, but it's like a doctor, you get a second opinion. If that was the case, that you couldn't disagree with the county council, which I seldom do, then we would need, you know, the joke is, or the funny part of it is, we would just have 3 attorneys up here. We wouldn't have county commissioners. So if you look at AOC, they're going to tell you, you're wise to follow county council advice, but you always question. And I learned that a long time ago, and with different commissioners that were here long before me, and it makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to clarify, no disrespect for Council Huddle or Pope or any of that. I just, my responsibility is to sort out the advice in the council from anyone and everyone, and I get a lot of wise counsel from former commissioners presently from other counties, and it's invaluable. One of the other things I have, you know, I'm going to be looking at fire funding through ARP, and I'm going to keep pushing that $150,000. Or maybe the board has an amount, if there's an agreement that we could agree on. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less, but you know, I want to send a signal to the public that we understand where we are, the fire danger for this year. And again, I hope I'm wrong. Earlier today, Treasurer Barnes stated that I was a deciding vote. That was February of 2019 on the OpenGov system. That is accurate. 30 days later, I was begging the board, Commissioner Pash, Commissioner Gold, stop this before we give them one dime. At that point, we had not given one dime. This OpenGov company almost was proved to be fraudulent, and we got taken for about 200 grand. I want the public to know I did everything humanly possible to avoid that before we spent that $200,000. There's other examples. I just want them to know that Mr. Barnes's comment that I was a deciding vote, like I was in support of this, I changed my mind, and a lot of it was based on his rationale, by the way, and common sense that I just had a funny feeling that this was a bad system, and it proved out to be a horrible system. So there you have that. I got a letter from the Oregon State Fire Marshal. I'm pretty proud of that. I'm the only county commissioner to serve on her program focus group assistance. And it basically has to do with Senate Bill 762, which is a ton of money that's coming to the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Oregon State Fire Marshal, which is, as we prepare for the 2022 fire season and other fire seasons that are headed our way. And so this is going to require a little time. It's going to be all virtual, and I'm just really honored to be able to serve. All the rest of the people that she's contacted are fire chiefs, and some pretty well-respected names around the state. So I'll be able to have more to report to the board later on that. Back to our fishing deal, I want to read a quick letter from Oregon Anglers. This has to do with Chair Wall of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and she is a Curry County native, does a great job. Chair Wall and respected commissioners, the Oregon Anglers Alliance once again applauds ODF&W staff and their diligence in completing the scientific review of the North Umpqua summer steelhead. The evidence again illustrates that there are no negative impacts from the presence of hatchery summer steelhead. And what this is relating to, the portion of our folks throughout the state that are anti-hatchery, And boy, if there's ever bad timing on that political and philosophical view, it is now. So the evidence shows that due to spatial segregation, the PHOS rate has, and I'm drawing a blank there.
Acronym?
Yeah, it's actually a scientific term. It's not really so much an acronym, but has no effect on the fish of natural origin. As you know, hatchery programs provide a high level of economic, environmental, and cultural value of all communities. To further reduce this program will likely result in the demise of this program. The science supports that original goal of 165,000 or more as outlined in the CMP, the plan, would have no adverse impacts. With the CMP, Oregon's Hatchery Management Plan, and ODF&W staff expert review, it creates a clear path to be able to rule in favor of continuing the hatchery program at its current level. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we're going to expand that in the next 10 years substantially. Please send a clear message that Oregon, this again is to the ODF&W, the Board of Directors, clear message that Oregon will not allow special interest groups to use arbitrary and capricious arguments in an attempt to take advantage of rural Oregonians' natural resources by eliminating another harvest fishery to the detriment of its ecosystems and its people. Thank you for considering the best available science in crafting your decision. Gratefully, Leonard Krug, President, Oregon Anglers Alliance, and lives in Curry County, and he'll be at our meeting with the tribe and Salmon and Steelhead Coordinator Byerland on our discussion next meeting. We might extend that outboard until the 18th. I think that is all I have. Thank you. Oh,
All
wait,
right.
there is one more thing. I'm sorry. On the drought, help me out, Council Pope. We had a vote in, April of 2020. Then we had a vote for a drought emergency. Commissioner Pash missed that signing, but I think he supported the drought. And then in September 28, 2021, he was opposed. But we needed to do this again for this current year.
It was in consent agenda, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So,
I approved it in consent agenda, yes.
okay.
I voted for it.
Okay.
I'm against all droughts. If I have anything, have anything to say about
That's
it.
the best line I heard in a long
That's
time.
a brave political stance.
Doesn't
Yeah,
feel
this
like
is
a
something that
drought
needs to
this
be.
I just,
This needs to
I
be.
just wanted to have that clarification, and Commissioner Pash, at that time, it was looking like a pretty dry winter, and it sure proved out to be. And so I'm glad you changed your mind. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. So we will adjourn the Board of Commissioners meeting and take a 10-minute break and then come back for workshop.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, Counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Everything starts out small. The things that hurt us, they all start from somewhere. The words we say, the things we do, they can grow into something else. What was small and innocent can become big and sometimes scary. All it takes is one comment, one picture, one video for something to catch fire. But a big problem doesn't need a big response. Not at first. Even if we don't know what to say, the eye emoji can be that first step we take. Let's all pledge to take that first small step together and change the world in a big way. I'm a witness, and so are you.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. people didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs. And it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big...
All right, welcome. This is the Curry County Board of Commissioners Administrative Workshop, Wednesday, April 20th. It's 2:40, and we are talking about discussion of agenda procedures, and County Pope, County Council is the County Pope.
County Pope, yeah.
That'd be great. Yeah, sounds like a good job.
Oh, it's been a long day. He's the County Pope, and he is going to counsel us.
So yeah, the purpose of this workshop is that you guys asked me 2 weeks ago to put this on for us to discuss. If you remember, there are some changes that were recently made to the publishing date of the agenda that caused some discussion. And so it's kind of a time for us just to get together and to discuss, what we think of the agenda process as it is with those, times, dates, and maybe come up with more of a solid plan on when the due date should be for the agenda, when it should be published, and things like that. So.
Okay. I like it. Solve problems, not symptoms. What is the problem with agenda procedures? Well, I thought there was a problem, so I changed it. Now there's another problem.
Do you regret that?
Nope, I don't regret it.
I do.
I don't regret it. I think I shared with you guys my thoughts on it, and it was just about, because it was just like agenda, amended agenda, and it turned into all, and because the amended part was like highlighted, so then it just turned into this. And then and I didn't do it willy-nilly, right? I talked to you, Anthony, and you see, I think you did that.
What was that?
I think you can do that, he said.
Just change the publish.
Yeah, so
time and date.
then so we wanted everybody to have an input, the three of us, and come up to the conclusion. And I do have to say, when I hear that I really like it on Friday so I can look at it all weekend, I think, really, guys, you got to get a life if that's what you want to look at all weekend. Anyway, that's just a side note.
Well, I'm going to take a little offense to that, if I may. That doesn't mean that I take the whole weekend. It means that I've got a time to take a deep breath and say, do I really need to dig into that deep and fulfill my responsibilities? So it's an advantage, and it's what we've done the 3 of the 5 years I've been here, maybe longer. And then you get into the public aspect. It gives the public extra time. So, one more thing, and then I'll give way here. But it's been kind of convenient to have that extra part of the Saturday and Sunday just to get my agenda items on there. And I had 5 or whatever this time. None of them felt like I could legitimately postpone a couple weeks. So having that Monday noon deal, to be fair to you, was not a bad thing. I still think for the public, we need to, and what I talked to Council Pope about was basically, what if we had a general idea that we could give to the public and the commissioners on Friday at 3 o'clock, which gets him out of here, which gets Staff Jesuit out of here a little bit earlier, and then we finalize it on Monday.
I'm good with that.
Because I'm assuming it would generally be maybe a 10% change, maybe 20%, it would vary. And by the way, I do agree that this may not necessarily change some of the agenda changes, but that is a consideration. I think that's a positive approach and worth kind of a second contemplation there. So,
Chris?
I have another completely different view of it, actually. I like the way it was, having them in on Thursday afternoon, get the agenda out by Friday. The difference I would love to see in it is once the agenda is done on Friday or Thursday night, once everything is submitted by 5 o'clock on Thursday, unless it's an emergency, there's no more additions.
Okay.
Period. It has to wait till the next meeting unless it's an emergency, because that gives us a chance to plan the meeting. You as a board chair, and I'm sure you also talk with Council Pope about, okay, these are the items we have for the agenda. Do we need to line them up a certain way? If you've got people come that are going to come for a presentation, you set them up differently. I think that's probably how you guys do. You arrange it that way. And that way nobody could throw a wrench in your work. After Thursday night, that's it, unless something happens. So I will say, though, that, you know, there are times on a Saturday or a Sunday that I'm sitting around, I'm doing nothing. And I pull up the county website, I pull up the agenda, and I go through the packet. And it gives me a good chance to, in my own quiet time, have a cup of coffee or a soda and roll through the agenda and see what's going to happen. And do I need to address anything? Do I need to do some research on something? So it does give me a lot more time, because Monday I may come in and Tuesday I've got a crazy day, you know, and I don't really have the time.
Or Monday, like this Monday, crazy day, yeah.
So I just like it being like it was on a Thursday night, and I would just ask that once that's done, unless it's an emergency, there are no more changes.
Yeah,
Well, that's how we ended up with a last-second budget committee in person on, what was it, February 2nd? So, would you mind putting that gavel down? I'm getting nervous. So yeah, that's how we ended up with oh my gosh, the life that has had in that 2 months. So, and that's probably not over. If you make a lock solid rule on Thursday, that's a week ahead. Fridays, what, 3 business days ahead, and we seem to have a little bit of agreement here on weekend, you know, options, access. In the interest of a compromise, you're big on Monday, Mr. Pash is saying Thursday. You know, the other point I want to make, I'm sorry, there's a lot of things come up in 3 or 4 business days. So
a lot of emergencies.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. You know, your idea of an emergency and mine might be 2 different things.
Right.
Okay, in fairness to both of us. But on a Friday, again, I'm gonna repeat. You know, I worked on a couple ARSs over the weekend and got my head cleared, and you know, I think that was a benefit. Whereas trying to get it to JJ by noon on Friday, sometimes there's a lot of pressure on us and him to get those agenda items in.
See, now you're pushing Monday again. So.
Well, what I'm saying is back to, I hear you. What I'm saying is back to, we have it 90% done by Friday at noon. And we can start reading and preparing on some of those. And Monday noon gives us added time to, in the interest of compromise with what you're preferring.
Yeah.
And that gives it out to the public plenty of time. I don't know if the board wants to send it out on Friday to the public as well. I would recommend we do. That's just my opinion. And then, yeah, we've got 72 hours to see if there's something else that absolutely has to be on, which is 2 days in advance. And, you know, that gives the public time, that gives the commissioners time. You know, I think I'm hearing we generally don't want to throw things in last minute. I do agree with that. But if they're important and we don't want to have a big log jam for the next 2 weeks, you know, the board would be fairly open to that.
Well, I'm okay with last minute things if they're housekeeping as far as like consent agenda stuff. But for main board stuff, agenda items, what's your guys' thoughts on that? Because that's, I like having, you know, clean agenda, not a lot of amendments. Anthony?
It feels like there's kind of a mixed message there that, you know, we want to have the weekend to review things, but if things aren't due until Monday, it's kind of, you know, you're not going to have I don't know. Just seems like it needs to be kind of one or the other.
Yep.
Yeah, I said 90%. I said that twice would be done. Maybe we won't have the discipline to do that, but again, you know, things come up. Big things come up.
Well, that would be an emergency.
So then it would take 2 commissioners strictly through Bach office manager, Council Pope, to say, hey, Commissioner Johnson, he doesn't want to have that on the agenda, period. What do you think, Mr. Jones or Commissioner Jones? So, you know, I hope it doesn't become it becomes the exception rather than the rule. But I think 90% done Friday at noon, and Monday we have it's done. That gives the public and the commissioners almost 48 hours to review it. Can we try that for a couple months?
Thoughts? you said, you know, well, what we could do is we've tried it my way and it doesn't look like it's a go. We could try it Chris's way for 2 months and then Court's way for 2 months. And
So-
then pick.
Well, we basically had it my way, other than there was no more additions. So, I mean, it was that way for years, other than there was no more additions. I don't know if you want to try Court's way. I'm okay with that. I just,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
What we don't want is a Tuesday morning cluster. I mean, that just, that really rubbed me the wrong way, and that's why I challenged you on the March 16th deal. I said, what in the world are you doing? You know, and so, and I wasn't even consulted. So that's why I had some hard feelings and some tremendous shock. And so what I'm asking is just back that up a day as a final. And if you do it Thursday and say that's it, no more, then, you know, that's almost a week ahead of time.
Well, how about Friday at noon? It's done.
Well, that's what we had. That's what we had. So I was trying to offer you a compromise in that we could do the agenda on Monday instead of the day of the meeting on Wednesdays. Agenda item changes.
How about if we did Friday at noon, and only in emergency will we amend that agenda Monday?
Well, I don't want to be an obstructionist, but I think that's basically what we had, and if that's what you want to do, I think we should try that.
Well, and then just, you know, let's just all try to, you know, have a, I don't know, just work towards an agenda that is workable. I don't know.
Well, your wish to have a clean agenda, I appreciate. But county business is, it's intense, and it's, things come up. I mean, when I ran my lodge, we had a big repair list, to-do list, and it grew every time because of the unanticipated circumstances. And that's just business. That's just the way it is. So, yeah. Tell me what your interpretation of emergency is. I think I know, or I think I...
something that can't wait 2 more weeks.
Right.
And there's a lot of those.
Yeah.
There are a lot of those that log jam us up, and that's my concern here.
But my idea of an emergency might not be yours or Chris's, so that's, I can wait. Your stuff can wait. Mine, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a tough one. Like, do we say, Anthony, you're the emergency decider? He says, no, you guys aren't paying me enough to be the emergency decider.
JJ should be the emergency decider.
How about Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning? That gives exactly 48 hours for the public, the commissioners, everybody.
I like that.
Let's do that. Let's just, you know, this is a workshop. This is
Try that.
why you have. Go ahead.
So we're not going to publish anything till Monday. There again, we're losing that weekend that I could.
that weekend.
Council, whoever can open their computer up and look at the you know, the packet. Because some of those things in the packet are long. They're 20, 30 pages. If you're going to really read them.
Yeah.
I mean, I sat there and read the entire budget on my computer. I sat home for 3 days on a weekend reading my budget.
And that's the point I made with the Huxley aspect, and I paid him a compliment in that he made sure we were prepared, and I really appreciated that. So, what if we did this? What if we it comes out to the commissioners on Friday, and if they have anything before 9 o'clock on Monday, they're going to have to get it in before 9 o'clock. It goes out noon on Monday, and the public is happy. And
Now,
we have a weekend.
That's a compromise.
I'm fine with it, yeah.
Was there anything else?
We can clean it. We'll have it. The commissioner will have it, right? Anthony, that's what you're hearing?
Yeah.
So then, are we kind of in agreement with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I am.
So that's
Do I need
Monday
to
at 9
repeat it?
a.m. Anything that's going to be on the agenda has to be into JJ by 9 a.m. on Monday.
Yeah, but we'll have
We'll
it.
get it on Friday, what is already on the agenda.
Would that?
Is that any more work to you, JJ, really?
That's the next question. He's going to get a lot of his work done on Friday.
The key question is it 9:00:00 a.m.
Yes.
Or is it 9 a.m.?
9:00:00. In other words, we have to push a button at 9 a.m. and then we have liftoff.
So it goes out to the public on noon of Monday, is that correct?
Because that gives us 3 hours to update it and review it before we actually publish it.
Good.
I think that would be.
And we'll just try this for a couple months or so.
Yeah.
All right.
So do we want to talk about how do we get items on the agenda? Who can submit an ARS?
Yeah. If it's on the list, let's talk about it. Go ahead, Council.
Talk.
It's your workshop.
Yeah, let's. One of the questions I had when I got here is, the agenda process was kind of built around having a county administrator or a director of operations. So everything would come to them. They would kind of do all the work. Obviously, I don't have the same responsibilities as one of those positions. And from the county I came from, one thing we would do is that every agenda item would start in council's office, but it'd also go to either the finance department or the treasurer. And so I would look over the legal things. They could look over the financial things. And then we would, then it would come to the BOC office and get ready for publish. So that was just some, ideas of other ways we could kind of route the agenda, have a different process. So if you guys
So if something financial is a moot point, it doesn't need to go to finance.
Right, yeah. So if it's a policy thing or something.
Right, okay.
And the same thing if it's just like a pure finance thing, it might come through, my office, but I'm not going to be reviewing it. It's just kind of giving the legal.
It just needs to go ahead.
Well, I just know when I send mine to JJ, I CC you on everything I send to JJ. I automatically CC council on it. So.
It just needs to go to you as county council and BOC office manager. We don't need to go to treasurer finance unless you determine that that's your call.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I'm fine with.
So if a department head wants to put something on the agenda, it's got to go through BOC office manager, county council, and you'll report to the commissioners and see if there is support for that. Without that support, it can't go on the agenda by 2 votes. Okay.
How about elected officials?
Same thing.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
An elected official has the same priorities that we have. They have the same power that we have. If the assessor wants something on the agenda, he can write an ARS and it's on the agenda, period.
That's not true.
Well, I don't know. Because if one of us wants something and you guys, if I want something and you guys don't, you can kick it off and I'm okay with that. I mean,
well, it would still be a board decision in the meeting if we want to remove it, but I think they should have an equal right to put something on the agenda. They're elected officials.
They have to go through 2 commissioners, though. So they can't just automatically be sanctioned. Just like I do. Go back to the commissioner job description, and it'll tell you what our authority is and isn't, and what our responsibility is and isn't.
Okay.
So department heads, elected officials, commissioners are all in the same boat.
Well, I agree with Chris that says they can
submit an ARS.
Submit an ARS, but I guess anybody's can get kicked off without two commissioners. If 2 commissioners agree, right?
Yeah. But what I heard him say was, maybe I misunderstood, is that they have the same right as any other elected official. Generally, I agree with that. However, you just clarified, so I think we can move on from that. We do have agreement?
Yep.
Okay.
Now what, Anthony?
I was just going to say, I've been working with Rabia. We've been kind of updating the ARS sheet, but it's not really ready for the spotlight yet. So in the next couple of weeks, I might send over. Just one thing I'd like to see added is the language for the motion that they're asking for, to kind of make it easier for you guys, or make it very clear what they're asking for. So we'd have them actually put the motion that they're looking to the board to make, to approve this contract and give signature authority to the board or something like that.
Okay.
Just little things.
Well, on the pull-down menu, there are things on the
Oh, is
pull-down. Yeah, if you click on the pull-down on the ARS, there's like 6 items there.
Okay. Take a look at that.
Maybe there needs to be 7.
Well, no, I'm saying if you want to add another one, that's fine. I'm just saying I don't know if you knew about the pull-down
I
menu.
didn't know.
Are we on item number 3 of the agenda here?
We're just kind of
Okay.
going all over the place, but
I got lost here for just a minute, to be
no,
honest.
not a problem. That's really all I have. If you guys have anything else you want to add, or ideas, or brainstorming?
I'm good.
Sometimes we don't, if I may, sometimes we don't want to have 2 workshop items in the same afternoon. maybe I don't mean to speak for everybody there. I don't really care, but sometimes it kind of can pile us up a little bit if we have too much on any afternoon. You know, I think you prayed for a good meeting today, and I think we had a very good meeting. Maybe not the best, but
Best meeting ever.
Rate's right up there. So, I guess where I'm going is, do we want to just have one workshop at a time and not have a couple? What's the consensus of the board there?
I'd like to say that I believe is made up by county council and the chair. You know, you guys are going to know the final agenda, how many items we're going to have on it, and something I would ask everyone that fills out that ARS, when they put time needed, if you think you need 10 minutes, add another 5, because it's always going to go over a minute or two. And that way there, if these two know that we've got 6 hours of agenda items, it turns into 7.5, it screws everything up. So getting back to the workshop thing, though, if you guys know that we've got, you know, basically 2.5 hours of ARS time allotted, so it could be an easy day. You could make 2 things on the workshop agenda. If it's looks like it could really jam up, then as you set the agenda for the next meeting, you'll know and set it at 1 agenda item. That's how I would do it.
I like that.
I mean, you guys set the agenda and the timelines for the meeting, so that you'll know how many hours it's going to take you to hold your meeting.
Well, and then there are some ARSs that don't have a time.
I can't imagine that they would be allowed.
Say that again?
Well, we could probably go into.
I wouldn't accept an ARS without a time needed.
So we're actually,
and if you're
we're
going to have
actually
a big,
over time on this one.
if you're going to have a presentation, like
Right.
let's say we're going to have a presentation and you think 4 people are going to speak, you don't put 15 minutes for the presentation because you got 4 people going to speak.
I gotcha.
That's going to take 45 minutes.
So that took an hour. I think we're getting close to being done, but that's why they call it a workshop.
Yeah. Well, yeah, workshop is pretty different.
Yeah.
So
it's laid back. It's excuse me. Go ahead.
yeah, well, I'm thinking of, you know, a regular meeting, getting those times. I like your idea about, you know, even maybe a memo, Anthony, to
How to properly fill out an ARS.
yeah, and be sure to give yourself enough time.
Yeah.
So we're in
You don't
agreement
want
on
to be
that.
the chair going, sorry, you're up on time, and you're only halfway through.
Right.
Like, well, I'm sorry, but you miscalculated. Get out of here.
So what I'd like to do is I'll prepare an order kind of outlining these things, because in the past there are other orders out there that had different procedures and they kind of clash. So maybe an order that kind of, you know, starts fresh, and this is what we're doing moving forward, and we can of course update that and stuff as needed.
Go ahead. I think you're going to say we want to give this 2 months or something.
No,
or-
I heard you, and I think it's really important to reference those other orders and how you phrase that. I'm sure you'll know what to say. That basically, this would supersede all those, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else for the good of the order?
You've been anxious to grab that gavel.
You know, if it's not the gavel, it's a paper clip. So
Council Pope, yeah, thanks on that, and for working and good agenda and good outline. So
JJ for that.
here it goes. Meeting adjourned.
So while I have you sitting right here,